side for us respectfully, and I squint at the tree line. It's moving with familiar shapes. A tree branch breaking makes a crack that's audible even at this distance. Full of leaves and twigs, the distant figures drag the branch out into the open where it is laid down like a floor. Ahead, and along the entire forest, several of the creatures are already marooned. A few have made it quite a ways, and are continuing to struggle toward us, without success. These are becoming part of the bridge they build to cross the muds. Too soon another crack sounds. And another one. Branches are laid atop the tiny, shrieking, struggling creatures. They're making slow but steady progress. "Elk," says the general near us. "Look through the spine scope and tell us what you see." I do not have it on me at the moment, but I don't need it, my friend says with a sigh. They have the commanders with them. That is why they're acting intelligently. "We need to see the type of guns they have," says the captain. "Do we?" says Auk. "The little ones kill as effectively as the big ones. They have either brought a few big ones, or many little ones, or a combination of both." "Watch your tongue, Scout." The friendly captain is in a mood today. That explains the rigid backs of the guards, their set forward eyes, and their silence. The old captain is wrong, though. When facing a battle, it is better to be informal before than to have the warriors silence their fears. "He is not your scout," the general says before Auk has a chance to correct the old captain himself. My old friend does not need anyone to speak for him, and he gives the general an annoyed glare. "He belongs to Seal and the Omega now. But Auk, we need the spying scope. There can't be any mistakes or surprises. We have to go around and find the best path." The general looks at me. "Would you say this is correct?" "Why are you asking him?" The captain growls. "You're the general here. Don't you know what to do?" Auk taps me on the arm and signals that he would like to leave. I have no answer for the general yet. I need time to think on it, and he's talking to the captain anyway. I nod to them both and leave. As Eothus says, "Seal has more experience than any warrior here besides Auk. Either of their input should be welcome regardless of rank." "You, General, are here precisely because we may have to face the enemy." They go on. Among bedrolls in the busy camp again, Auk leans close to whisper to me. He is panicking because he has never faced battle outside of a fair arena match. "I've seen it before," I say. "It's a normal reaction. Some men act strangely before their first real killing experience, and this one will matter more than most. He has two like-minded Omegas to look after." Auk raises one eyebrow. "Were they making their plans last night? Before the ship even landed?" "Ship? Landed?" I looked backward at the tree line, thinking I missed something. But Auk directs me forward again. "I see. You meant that they're both little generals in their own mind. Well, you are right, friend." He points at the horizon. It is only the sun, just risen. He stands closer so that my eyes can track exactly where his finger lands. "There. Do you see it now?" In any other place I could say it was a rock, or one of my people's old pillars. Broken. But nothing like that remains here. That is close. I sound calm, but only because I'm taking in the situation. It is not time for action or panic. Yet. Why didn't you tell me immediately? As I said, one problem at a time, friend. Do you have a list? I ask darkly. I do. He answers with a chuckle, but adds nothing else for now. It gives me time to think, and I do not spend very long before I realize. We have to overtake it. We have to confront the ship and either drive it off or kill them all and march our way past it. There is no other choice." My friend looks baffled. "You will like the third problem, then? But why do you say so?" Pykh and his riddles. I only have patience for it because I'm working through this terrible discovery, wondering if I have any other option. Any other good option. I'm not afraid of battle, but I should avoid it for Carter's sake. Shouldn't I? Is this too much risk for him? I said Carter is my purpose now, and I meant it, but I cannot let those young lives go to waste. I'm ashamed to admit it to myself, but this battle is more important. I've been a slave myself, so I cannot pretend that the lives of those pups at the Muds Battalion aren't worth the lives of myself. And yes, even my Omega, Carter, because it is not their deaths that will haunt me, but their suffering. While we would be safe behind the gate walls, they would continue living day after day. They are setting up a new mine, I say when I can speak, my voice quiet and rough. There must be some metal underneath here that they want, and the location is convenient for them. They need many strong slaves to mine. The Muds Battalion will be their resource. Chapter 65. Seal. I will find you later, friend, I tell Pykh, seeing my naked but shoed lover return to our bedrolls in a hurry. I will be near the Omega in case he needs me. Pykh responds, nodding. Many youngsters are watching us, curiously, eager for orders. I don't know what the captain has told them, but I suspect they are waiting for their final orders to come from me. I find myself walking a comfortable pace back to the carriage, though I am anxious to hear why Pykh has left our Omega alone and where. My eyes rest level with the horizon, though they are unfocused, my back straight. In the time leading up to an important battle, it is critical for the leader to be calm. I am technically not in charge, but I have the sense that I will be. And I am not as concerned about that as I used to be when I was caring for Pykh and Carter alone. I am almost confident. Pykh, what are you doing back here? Naked. He grumbles. No one cared when I was naked before. He has only the back half of his groin cloth. My guess is that the front tangled itself up in the blanket somewhere where he is digging. No one cares now, my love. The young warriors of this camp will be delighted if you choose to march naked forever. I would not mind either. I spot the metal fastener of his groin cloth and kneel to retrieve it from our mess of bedding. But you're not a barbarian, Pykh, and I want to show my claws every time one of those pups drools over you. It is best you are covered. I grab his hips and attach the front cloth myself, inhaling his musk, remembering what we did last night. I find myself pressing my cheek against his thigh, reluctant to stand and resume my worries. I will be the leader of this camp. I wrap my arms around his waist, taking a gracious handful of his plump rear, just appreciating this moment for as long as it lasts, and thinking I am the one who touches him intimately. I am the guardian of the beautiful exotic Omega from another world. Somehow the darker version of me, sitting depressed in his cell, was wrong. I am not lost. We have only just begun. What is it? Pykh asks, tilting his head, looking down at me. We are powerful. Yes, that is the secret. We, not just I. I am more than I ever was now that I have my mates. Pykh has told me our Omega wishes to take the ship. Yes, we may die, but I told him we are not afraid. I am not. I consider my words. I have always taught other warriors that the expression of fear is all right. It is the action of it, usually the avoidance of action, that is cowardice. I am afraid of the battle to come. Lives can be taken quickly, suddenly, right in front of us before we can react with claws or steel. I am mostly unafraid for myself, however, and I am grateful for our Omega's order. I kiss my lover's thighs with my lips, the way Carter does it. Then I look into Pyke's eyes far above. He is single-handedly correcting his chest strap, which he started to put on wrong, and he does not alter his stance to disturb me. It is time to fight again, my love. If we do not, the pups we left behind in the battalion will have to rescue themselves. The bugs will reinforce their position. That means they will gather at the ship in greater numbers. I know what reinforce the position means. His vocabulary has been expanding every day. He has even caught on to some of the Omega's words which I still do not know. He has a gift. Forgive me. I shall have to stop speaking to him sometimes like he's a child. I mean that the pups will either have to run away, fight, or try to hold the battalion with dwindling supplies. Most likely they will not be able to lead themselves. They will split into groups with different ideas and separate. I suspect the invaders will not be inhibited by the muds for long. I make a small pause to see if he will ask for the definition of inhibited. He does not. There will come a time that I miss being annoyed by his questions. The invaders will use their technology to overcome it, somehow. I suspect they will do this quickly. They will send out trapping teams, like they have done at other mines. They will eagerly wait for battle, and they will not kill. Very much. They need workers. Slaves, he growls. Yes. The mines are terrible. The cages are small and dirty. I could barely fit. You worked in the mines? He never told me this. Yes, when I was a big pup. I thought I would die there. I could fit in my cage at first, but then I outgrew it. How did you leave? How did you end up serving the commanders? An infinitely easier job, though not without its daily misery. The red-topped she was visiting the mine. The slaves were sick and she got upset. She and the other masters ate them, and I was chosen with my first cage mate to serve instead. It took us away from the mines to the fields. I was so happy. He purrs and runs his claws to the top of my crest, carefully. He can sense this is making me upset. While I was a lazy little warrior pursuing my dark-eyed lover with gifts and pleasurable acts, little Pykh needed me somewhere, and I was many, many years from helping him. I did not think about the Fliafaki slaves somewhere. That is what is wrong with the council. I remember now. I remember why my old self's war was worth all the risk. Why I was so angry. I still am. I should be. I pat his rump. It makes a dense thud I'm appreciative of. Even with the thought of oncoming war, I am tempted to milk him as I did last night. It would not be much different than our old routine. Pleasure before the necessary fears and labours. But we need to act. The longer we wait, the more time our enemy has to prepare. We are two enemies on flat land staring at each other, and they have better weapons. They are poor strategists, and we have better trained fighters. I stand. Our advantage will be greater the sooner we act. Chapter 66. Carter. I couldn't do this without Audiobook. It's one thing to be treated like a delicate princess surrounded by knights of the Round Table reciting poetry and singing songs. It's an entirely different thing to be royalty capable of demanding a battle that reshapes an entire nation. Also, what would I do with a spaceship and a bunch of Fliafiki warriors? I don't mean to call them stupid, by any means, but to truly give them the technology, I have to have access to minds far more genius than my own. Avielk and I have already talked about how I'm the guy who takes wire A and reconnects it to slot B. I didn't invent wire A or slot B. That takes a super genius, and Avielk has connections to him. He also has the balls to walk up to the elite military captain and the warrior general and tell them what we're gonna do. What they're gonna do. Good morning, men. It is a fine day to plan a historical battle, don't you think? They saw us coming from a ways away, moving in a group with Avielk's guardians and the Priory guards. The blue-clothed Fliafiki do not look nearly as formidable as the heavily armored elites. Even Avielk's guardians seem to be on par with the younger Fliafiki warriors. One of them transcribes notes for Avielk. I saw another one sketching. I do not think Avielk picked his mates to be fighters. It's a good thing I sent Pykh to put his clothes and armor on, and any time he wants to show up with Seal would be really good. What do you mean, historical battle? The captain asks, his hands clasped behind his back and his expression somber and set. He was expecting a difficult conversation the moment he saw us. Carter and I have discussed it. We're engaging on an important mission today. Perhaps the most important. General, I will need you to meet with Seal and discuss battle plans to overtake the ship that has landed. Carter will tell you what can be expected, and when a suitable plan is formed, when our warriors are ready, we will march. The captain scoffs. The elites behind him look nervously to their leader. The general only puts on a dismayed expression. Pretty one, the captain coos. You don't know anything about leading a battle? Avielk's 3 guardians growl around us. I check over my shoulder. I'm gonna need Seal for this, I can already tell. How many battles have you seen, Captain Erard? I've been in fights that threaten the lives of all Omegas on the council. I've gone against the organised criminals who set the city on fire after we lost the peaceful valley. I have scars from escorting your Omega grandfather to safety. Your service to all Omegas has been honourable and loyal. Do not change your reputation on this historical day. I ask you kindly, Erard. This mission particularly tests my honour. Avielk, look ahead of us. He steps aside and gestures toward the tree line. I can only hear the wind and the rustling of reeds, but I imagine the shrieking, the chirping and the clicking chitters the bugs make. They are bustling out there, making a path of tree branches and still-alive bodies to cross the muds. What the bugs lack in brains, they always make up for in numbers. That is why the attack on the ship will be successful. There you go. Think positive, Carter. Just looking at the creatures out there makes my nerves start to shake. I see them, Captain, Avielk says coolly, not moving forward. And I will die and sacrifice men 1,000 times these numbers to see you safely returned home, Avielk. This is where I jump in, talking fast to make him see the logic. The bugs out there in the trees have limitless reinforcing numbers. We don't know how many we face, and they can come at us in waves, or a continuous river. There may only be a small portion of their force visible to us, working, and that's already way too many. I leave the safety of the group, striding forward, gesturing toward the trees as he did. I like the captain, so I think I can convince him. This is the same way I convinced Avielk the ship was a good idea. Our enemy out here is stranded. I gesture the opposite way toward the ship. We're between them and their reinforcements, possibly between them and their supplies. I give this spiel again, explaining the mining ship, how it has small living quarters and 75% of the ship is either engines or drilling equipment. There are some gambles I'm taking here. For instance, the bugs aren't logical, ever. What if they removed the drill? What if there's a big mothership in the sky watching over her baby mining ship? I know a lot about that ship in particular, but I don't know anything about how the bugs cooperate with their fleet. All I can say is that on the ground, there didn't seem to be any coordination or sophistication. Just numbers. Shadows moving scared the crap out of me in the bug-populated forest. It is not worth engaging our enemy in any battle when I have 2 Omegas under my care. Damn, he's a stubborn old man. How could he not fall for my sales pitch? There's literally no reason not to do this. Your people would have a weapon that changes things forever. Is the ship a weapon? He asks. No, but what you would learn from the technology would let you manufacture your own weapons eventually, and so much more. The knowledge is worth it. And knowledge is power, Avielk says, briefly opening his hand like he's holding an apple. It's a saying among Carter's people, and I think the Priory should take it up as our creed. It describes our purpose poetically. Very well, says the General with a huff. You two may leave whatever guardians you'd like to represent you, and see to your purpose. The General, Eothus, will serve dutifully to achieve the outcome you desire. He presents the reluctant General like he's a gift. Then he looks me over. Handsome, Carter. Your pale skin should not be exposed to the sun for so long. If you retire to your comfortable carriage, I will have breakfast brought to you while we are moving. I am sporting, for the first time in my life, a very bronze tan, thank you very much. It's one of the few perks of being enslaved and running around naked for several months. I don't even have tan lines. Thinking I can shame him, I say, why do I get the feeling that when you say moving, you mean running away to safety? He picks his chin up. Avielk answers before he does. Because that's exactly what he means. But, Captain, we cannot spare you or the Council Guard from this important historical battle. Winning this is everything. It's a turning point in our history. Carter is the first of his kind on our planet, and already he presents a solution we had not thought of. Is that what you think? The captain asks with a growl. You think we've not tried to assault ships before? I meant, in my lifetime, recently, in the last 100 years or so. Because the battles you're talking about destroyed entire battalions in a day. Pup! They were before both of our times. And you cannot judge our ancestors so poorly to think that a young pup and a pretty little thing stranded here know better than thousands. Avielk tries to speak. Of men and generals and highly trained warriors that we used to have. I'm aware of our history. Crests are raised high all around, but there seems to be no threat of action. Yet. A few of the elite guards are definitely uncomfortable with how their captain is talking to Avielk, exchanging glances of distress. Are you? Then you know that is how we lost our final prince and fell into dark times. Prince is an archaic term. The brainbot whirs to put together a meaning from the old root sounds. Prince is the chosen translation, though I assume this would be a leader like a king. Interestingly, the word is guttural and sharp, so it makes me think the prince was a regular male. For certain, it is a term for a warrior leader of some kind, and higher than a general or an elite guard. He was lost in a fire that fell from the sky like rain, Avielk says. Yes, Captain, I'm aware of one of the greatest battles in our history, and our greatest loss. For me, Avielk adds, hurriedly, one that has inspired about 1,000 sad songs. Then you can see why we won't be engaging in any historical battles today, and certainly not with any Omegas left to fend for themselves if we don't survive. Losing our prince was hard enough in the Battle of Fire. Actually, Avielk says, stepping forward with a growl, I have seen the oldest texts on the battle which suggest Omegas were allowed to Nonsense! Whew! At last I spot my guys making their way here. I suspect Seal will put an end to this, with a show of force if necessary. All I have to do is ask him as his Omega. Alk is already here, silently pushing his way through the priory guards in a calm manner that doesn't disturb them much. "We don't have time for this," I say, my voice sounding official. "Seal will make the final decision anyway. I trust whatever my mate says. Captain, you will march into battle and help organize the men when Seal requests it." I wanted to talk to Avielk before talking to Seal, just to make sure the priory could benefit. I didn't truly know this was a good idea until I started talking to him, and then finding out what the bugs are up to in the trees only made the idea better. Other possibilities for the ship I'm keeping to myself right now. Seal has more fighting experience with the bugs than anybody, I'm told. His word will be the final say. Avielk nods in agreement. Alk is quiet nearby, but listening. The captain's eyes go to him, and then to Seal's approaching figure beyond. "General Eothuth, through me, Omega Ruar, leader of all Omegas, commands you to separate Carter from his guardians and secure him safely inside his carriage." Wait, what? My eyes grow wide as the general lunges toward me. Alk lunges at the same time, and the two meet, snarling wickedly, while the priory guards behind us seem to fumble for their weapons. All in a moment before I have time to react, stumbling backwards so I'm not caught in Alk's crest. The general and Alk meet, showing fang. Alk has a knife to his throat, though I swear I didn't see him move. The general has nothing and doesn't reach for his weapon. Instead, he looks past Alk at me. "Omega, go!" He signals with his tail. Belatedly, I realize I'm standing here like an idiot, among the warriors that apparently will cage me in the literal and forceful sense. I move toward Avielk and the priory guards that are clustered around him. Seal and Pykh are running across the camp, several warriors noticing and jumping to their feet as well. A flood of angry, growling young men approaches and surrounds us. When I look back, Alk has let the general go. They stand side by side, facing down the elite guards that have hands on their weapons but haven't moved yet. They seem startled and uncertain. They look between themselves and the captain, who, I forgot, is close enough to grab me. Chapter 67. Alk. "What are you doing, General Eothuth?" I ask, snarling, not sure if I should pull my blade on him again or let my focus switch entirely to the elite guard before us. One of them is looking for a way around, his feet shifting for the dash. I look away from the general, just briefly, to move to block the runner before he takes a second step. I'm certain I will fail. An elite guard has fought so many Fliafaki before that he is not likely to be impressed with me. I could use the assistance, but I'm not sure if he's truly here to help me or here to disarm me. He does not answer. "You're disobeying an order, General Eothuth." I spare a glance at him. His aggression is focused outward, at the elites. Reluctantly, I must face the fact that I need him at my side. The general and I are heavily outnumbered. "Alk!" I hear behind me, but I refuse to take my eyes off the guards readily. "Unhand him! What do you think you're doing? You don't have permission!" The Omega Avielk's voice forces me to let down my defense against an attack. An arm wrapped around his chest, his pale little feet kicking and not touching the ground, the captain single-handedly carries away Carter. I pivot, realizing my mistake. I thought Eothuth was the threat, so I ran right past the captain who issued the order. "Put me down!" The poor thing tries to bite him with his flat, harmless teeth, then claws with his smooth, soft fingers. A kick to the knee makes the captain stagger, but it does not matter. Angry young ones have surrounded the captain, and Seal pushes to the front of them before I've decided to move. I'm not needed there. Better to stay and make sure the elites do not step out of line. Eothuth draws his sword, bringing the dazzling beauty in front of him. I've only seen Eothuth hold his sword for ceremonies. The warrior that might have tried to knock me down backs away with his weapons dropped, and his arms spread, his claws down. "Do not!" I hear the captain yell over the chaos. I assume he's taken Carter hostage. "I will rend you throat to stomach." I hear Seal growl. "Vagabond!" yells the Pykh Guardian. "I have authority. I have orders from Ruar himself. Let me go, you fucker! Christ, you're strong for an old guy." I see the elite's eyes widen for the sight behind me. Without being told to do so, the elite guardsman closest to me goes to his knees, with his tail wrapped twice around his calf, trapping it under his weight in the dirt so he cannot use it for sudden movement. This is the position of surrender for one about to be arrested. Earthuth speaks. "All of you surrender! Immediately, or my warriors will do whatever is necessary." 2 more of the 5 go down. I hear a collision as though 2 carts carrying snarling animals crashed into each other. Behind me I see Carter is already in good hands. The large guardian, Avery, has the Omega safe, being carried out of the crowd in his arms. Seal shows his claws in a defensive manner, standing over the captain who struggles to right himself and stand up again from the mud. Seal seems to be stopping the young ones from mauling him, shoving enraged ones away and making threatening gestures to those who get too close. Earthuth approaches the last 2 elite guardsmen who have not yielded, aiming the sword in front of them flatly and ready to thrust. One of them hurries to surrender. The last one hurries to get his weapon out, but not in time. His hand is struck with the flat side of the blade, then Earthuth steps into his attack, his tail shooting by in a blur, striking the elite twice with the hilt of his sword, first in the stomach making the guardsman grunt, then against his forehead, dazing him. Earthuth's tail strikes at his ankles, and when that doesn't unbalance him, the tail wraps around one and pulls. The guard lands painfully on his back, on his heightened crest, and finds himself stuck that way on the ground. Earthuth puts a heavy foot on the center of his chest to sink him deeply, incapacitating him. His struggles will not help now, and his groincloth is unfortunately flipped up to show his testicles. A humiliating and commonly juvenile defeat. He will remember this fight with a cringe for years to come. Meanwhile, the captain manages to raise himself out of the ground, only to discover that he's now wearing the ground, dripping. Seal backs away from him quickly as the captain makes several blind, enraged swipes at the crowd, and then struggles to pull his sword out of its scabbard. "General! Earthuth, where are you?" He stumbles, and the youths show caution, but they're unwilling to part in front of his sword. "Get control of your men! That's why you're here, to support me, to do what has to be done." He unbalances from an awkward step with his shoe, falling forward and catching himself on his hands, sullying his fine weapon also. When he comes up, his eyes are huge like a madman. Mud obliterates the fine details of his uniform and evidence of his rank. He's as dirty and wild as the homeless criminal males we are taught to protect the Omegas from. "Do as he says," I growl. "Now, Earthuth! The young ones will murder him. Seal can't hold them off himself. They'll listen to you. You're their general." He is also the only man with authority and an unspoiled uniform. I blink twice, realizing the beauty of it suddenly. He's the general of the muds, gleaming in gold and yellow. I used to wonder why they picked such a bright color for the mud's general. The tiniest speck of dirt shows up like a beacon. The best reason I could figure out was that the muds typically saw easy battle, and plain colors were not necessary to spare one's life. Whoever first took the appointment chose yellow. It was simply that. But now I see it as a matter of pride, of beauty. We are talked down to among the other battalions. A true leader of this place will maintain his honor with a clean uniform. "They will only listen to you," I say. He grabs my shoulder and my entire body tilts with the weight of it. He is strong and coursing with energy from the fight. He nods once, rubs my shoulder and walks off to take control of the young ones. The Priory guards and Ovielk guardians bristle as he comes close, protecting Ovielk in the center of them. Earthus puts his sword away and makes the peace gesture with his hands as he moves past them. "You!" The captain shouts at Earthus like a crazy person. "Find the Omega! The little one! Get your men in order and secure him in the carriage! Disarm the Guardians! They can be allowed to follow after us, but they cannot interfere!" The surrendered elites and I look at each other. The young ones look to their general, who only looks back at the captain and does not say anything. Nobody knows who's in charge. Nobody knows what's happening. Carter arrives with his large guardian in tow. "Just strip them. Take their weapons and tie them to the carriage for an hour while we figure this out. They can decide whether they're going to follow us into battle or stay there and wait for us to come back. If we come back." Again everyone looks to Earthus. Even me. Even the captain. The long moment passes, until Earthus bows and accepts his orders. Chapter 68. Pykh. "Are you crazy?" I shout, walking after the general, checking around us to make sure the young warriors have not heard me disrespecting their newly revived leader. Earthus, the general I thought was a coward, has now done the most dangerous thing of all. "You defied your government! Ruar, leader of the Omegas, the Omega Council! Earthus, are you listening to me?" I catch his elbow and make him turn to face me. A mob of rowdy warriors are escorting the shamed elites to their punishment. A light one, all things considered. Far kinder than the punishment treason carries. "Now you want me to follow the rule of council. Pykh, you are truly impossible to please. How can anyone put up with you? This is not about the past. This is something else entirely. You are following the will of an Omega who is not even Pykh, who Ruar does not know. Telling the council that you are reacting to an Omega under duress will not spare you. What would you have done?" I narrow my eyes and don't let him sidetrack me. "Or your warriors from punishment. Don't you see that? You will be executed. The entire squad may be executed." The general looks on at the men who are committing the acts that may end their lives in court later. Then he speaks. "They will be spared. They are young and following orders, and the council won't want to waste so many useful lives. They are not merciless, Pykh, no matter what you think. It is treason. They are tying Captain Erard, a respected hero with a long service, to an Omega's carriage and whipping him." The additional punishment was added by the mob. Either Omega Carter did not notice, or, as I suspect, he's decided to let the mob be as long as their anger is not carried too far. Earthus has decided the same, and I am not without responsibility either, being old enough to be called elder. I have acknowledged their actions and done nothing. Well, this is my doing something. Knocking some sense into their foolish general might help. "It is all right, Pykh." He takes my hand and puts it to the center of his chest, the palm flat. His breastplate is slightly warm. I did not expect that. I always thought wearing plate armor would be cold and stiff. "I am the symbol of the Muds and the leader of the battalion. If they decide to do so, they will execute me and spare the others." "But you do not think it will come to that?" I am guessing. He smiles lopsidedly. "I do not think anything. That's how I got into this mess." The man makes no sense, and he's far too old to be acting cocky like a pup. "Correct it immediately. Put the pups in line. Tell the captain you were only acting to deceive us. You needed to put the young ones at ease and catch Carter's guardians with their eyes closed." "Watch yourself, Pykh," he says, growling, but he makes it into a purr. "You do not mean to betray your Omega for me, do you?" Somehow we are stepping closer together, and I do not mind it. My message is too important. There has to be another way. I will tell Carter what is happening, of course. We will move differently. We will ask nicely for your cooperation, and you will convince the captain to take the Omega's side willingly. That is the only way to avoid treason. Both sides must work together. Our side is working together. For once. My scout, don't you realize what a moment this is for us? My brow furrows. What do you mean? And have you been replaced by a crazy man? Maybe it is spreading, from the captain to him. I must be next. I feel something unusual going on. You and I are on the same side again. He reaches for me, for a caress. I react poorly, jerking away, but he holds my wrist tight, where he keeps my hand to his chest. We were not always bickering, friend. He runs his claw through a piece of my hair. The back of his fingers touch my chin, and his claw tips run all the way down, tickling my skin. I react as though they burn, but I do not yet struggle to get away. I am not sure what kind of diversion this is. Did I guess right? Was this actually a covert action all along, and now the general is about to... something? I can't puzzle it out. I don't want to. Not a diversion. A reminder. He leans close, and now I try to back away, realizing he will lick my nose. He holds on to me. We were not always enemies. We are! I pull, insistent but weakly. I do not want to cause alarm with anyone else who might be watching, and the general is very strong. He's like a mountain. No, we are not. We used to be cordial, Auk. We were flirting in a combative way. But I liked it. I am right, it is catching. You are a grumbling old man. He's close enough I feel his breath on my lips. I smell the tea he drank this morning. No, last morning. Maybe he just perpetually smells of tea. I admit, in the past, even before all this, I have been close enough to smell his breath. And I do not know why I'm remembering that now. You are a difficult catch. I soon found out why the young ones weren't rotating out of your bed. But you drew me in, Auk. You are quiet, thoughtful, a tongue like a blade severing my head. He huffs. But you were mine, Auk, and you would have been mine in bed too, if not for... He sighs. Everything that happened with Seal, the council's decision turned you against me. My lover approaches. Affec only followed on the outside of the mob. Now he carries a battle axe from the weapons cart, and I'm grateful for the impressive size of it. Affec is no match for the general. He is also not rushing toward me with any concern. Someone stops him, and they nod together, having an exchange. Does Affec not realize I am in the grip of a crazy man? If you want to take Affec into your bed, you will lose the chance now. Did I just offer my warrior mate in my place? I don't know what I'm saying right now. Anything, I think, to keep from listening. I wish I could close my ears. We would have been good together. You would have made me prove my worth and my determination. But I would have wooed you in the end. You are a stubborn old scout, but I am driven. He grins. And charming. The opposite, I snarl. Affec picks up his slow pace toward me again. I chose to let you hate me for a while. I could have tried to change your mind, to make you realize the truth that I wanted to help Seal also. Let go of me. I fought every day. I stayed up nights. I met with other generals over the communication box to see if any kind of attempt could be made. I was forbidden from telling them the lost warrior was Seal, of course, but I made it known that this warrior was important, was greatly missed. They gave me nothing. Freeing a slave has never been done, and the slaves are only needed where the enemy is swarmed in the trees. You explained all of that. I'm finding it hard to breathe. First the lies, now I don't know what. I don't like to talk about Seal and that year of my life. The General does not try to caress me anymore, so there is no reason to feel so panicked, so trapped. Yet I do. I had a choice to make. I could turn you against the Council, or I could turn you against me. That is not. I knew it was the Council's decision. Pykh arrives at last, but does not come close, and holds the axe, idly. You did, but I let you believe I was lazy, that I did not even try, that I didn't fight to get you what you wanted, and now you know. He lets me go. I was not really trying to get away from him, I discover. When his hands leave, my palm stays on his chest. I wanted to be trapped, I think. Why? Why would you let me believe that? You were at a dangerous place. Yearning to commit treason yourself, the only thing you needed to ruin your life was a powerful ally. Me. Someone with a little bit of authority and resources could have put your plans in motion against the Council's wishes. So I made the matter simple and denied that connection. It's true, Pykh says, coming nearer and twisting tales with me. He puts an arm around my waist. And now it feels like we are a lover's nest of three, having an intimate conversation. I helped him. When he was contacting the generals, the council, and various village leaders, I tried the connections with my family to help Seal. All of them said no. Attempting to free slaves has only created more slaves. He rubs my side and purrs to comfort me. I am not comforted. Eothuth may have been trying to steal my lover, but not solely exactly in the manner I assumed. What then? I growl. I am not aggressively angry, but I can't speak in any other tone right now. What is the point of telling me all this? Now, we are going to take an invader ship that is far more dangerous than opening a cage. It is, the General says, and slowly his nose comes to rest against mine. An innocent, childish kiss, but a kiss all the same. I do not pull away. But I cannot betray you again, Pykh. Not now, when we have so little time. Carter has taken you, and in doing so, he wields great power over me. Chapter 69. Pykh. This is for you, Pykh says, coming up next to me. Carter and Seal are speaking to the Omega Audiobook. I asked to stay away because I had been sitting all morning and because I had to scat. I am watching the warriors far away who punish the bad ones. I understand it, but it is difficult to see. These Pykh were so sweet this morning. The elite warriors have been made into slaves, I say, gesturing that way. Sort of, he says. Their punishment will sting and leave a few marks, but they won't be harmed. They're getting off easy for manhandling your Omega like that. Here, this is for you. He hands me the battle axe he carries. It is a great weapon, the one I was trained for, and now I hold a real one for the first time. But I am still distracted by the scene far away. The young Pykh are laughing. yelling and crowding around the naked, helpless warriors who are tied to the cage. They can hardly move. It is like seeing the masters when they are in a frenzy, but these are faces that used to be friendly. Young warriors who used to tease me and who helped me with things. Not all the warriors man-handed him. With a kind smile he steps in front of me, putting his hands over mine on the weapon. Man-handled. You can only say handled, not handed. It's when one who is strong enough is rough with one who is weak. And also, sometimes we suffer as a group for what one has done, because we did nothing to stop it. Oh, I understand. I do. As a slave, you are always punished per the cage you are in. It doesn't matter if your cage mate was sick or lazy, or if your cage mate hurt someone. Once I saw a slave go mad and kill a master. The other slave, who ran to his cage and huddled inside, was also killed and eaten. Can we do anything to help them? Why would you want to? He guides my hands to the proper places. I remembered I just wasn't focused on my training. Do you know what the captain would have done? I am silent, and he continues. He would have locked your Omega inside the carriage he hates, by the way, that made him vomit. And then he would have stripped you of your weapons and armour. You would only keep your groin cloth. He steps to the side and makes a swinging gesture with his hands. I do so, practicing slowly at first. You would be forced to follow after us, but unable to do anything. Your Omega would be defenceless and terrified. I think Audiobook would have been captured this way too if he tried to stop the captain. Seal was right. A real battle axe will carry itself forward with a swing, making a proper grip important. He was wrong about it being heavy, though. I have never seen an Omega grabbed like that. And Carter is so small. Affec steps backward to be out of the way. I am trying a very large swing. I'm not surprised my friends are so angry. I would probably join them if I wasn't more useful in other ways. It is difficult to imagine Affec like that. He is one of my closest friends. I slow down and try the pinning maneuver, using the motions without a training partner. In my fun training sessions, I did not understand that I was practicing for a real Pleiophaky. I suppose I did, but I imagined those Pleiophaky would be strange and unusual, like Alk was when he first appeared to me. Like a thing, not a person. Where did this come from? I ask, admiring the weapon. From the elite's weapons cart. Also, Audiobook brought a battle axe among some ornamental weapons. They abandoned all but that one cart intended for Carter as gifts. I thought this one suited you better. This one is actually made for killing. I frown. Do the Pleiophaky often kill each other? He touches me comfortingly. Sometimes, as warriors and guardians, we do more killing than others. How many have you killed? And why? He smiles and pats my arm. None. No Pleiophaky. Of the invaders, I have killed only one. He was trapped in the muds by the trees out there. Auk brought me specifically for the kill. He did it on purpose, thinking I wouldn't notice. I was considering joining the defence of the Khalul Gate that winter. I'd been in the muds for nearly 2 years and hadn't seen my first kill. Then Auk told me there was one waiting, trapped in the mud, as they often are. He snorts. It had 4 legs broken. 4! It had clearly been in battle already, and the old man thinks I know nothing about it. After a moment he sighs. It was my first, though. Cheated or not. My first and only kill. He tries to smile for me again, pretending he is excited about it. Today I hope to get my second, and my third, and my fourth. He tickles my ribs, making me smile as well. All the way up to 50. A lot of the young warriors are starting on 1 or 0. Roar has the most of us with 15. He was on the Sealer Wall one winter. What about you? How many do you have? Many, I say, twisting the handle. I did not count. More than 15? Much more. I think about the time we left the fields. We stepped over bodies as we ran, bodies I killed. Seal could not fight because he was sick. He grins and tail swats my thigh. This is a playful gesture from warrior to warrior. I will go in front of you then. On my count will still be 1. I observe the elites again in the distance. I feel better, though not necessarily comforted. We are warriors. We are, he answers, tossing his head. The growling sound he makes I'm not familiar with. It's like he is getting mad at the air. I do not want to try just yet. I swing my axe in a slow arc, imagining the masters. They will die more easily by this than they would my claws. This is a magnificent tool. I want to name it Tennel, after a caged mate I had. It is a strange name, but I like it. He was friendly, with horns and 2 tails, and he would sing to me. We could only speak with hand gestures, but we had pleasure. Seal, and I miss him. I swing the battle axe again, thinking of my poor cage mate. This will do. This will kill many enemies. Chapter 70. Carter. We have our meeting. It is a short one. All of us agree that the most critical factor in the upcoming battle is time. Right now, our enemy is unloading their ship, preparing their camp, and, get this, we have recently seen them setting open cages out in the muds. They're having problems with the landscape, as they always have, Seal tells me. They do not help each other much when one of their own kind flails in the mud, unless it is a queen. They are setting out a grid of metal poles atop the ground that their barbed legs can easily cling to, like a web. In some places there are chains laid out, so when they get stuck they can easily pull themselves up and out again. We've seen them through the spying scope alternating between walking on their fronts, inverted like acrobats, and walking normally on their back legs, until their limbs are too heavy with goop on both ends to continue any further. The queens get very mad when they stop to clean themselves. Whatever they're doing it extremely quickly, at the cost of their own lives. Several of their kind, stranded, have their limbs torn off and eaten. Many suffer the fate of those at the trees and become part of a bridge, having their backs walked upon. But they are laying out building supplies, plasti lumber and bags of concrete, rods to build the foundation of a platform. There is chaos, of course, because mud does not make for easy construction, and the bugs are terrible at it. Thankfully, our communication with the Muds Battalion, or anywhere else, is blocked by the ship. Our weak signal from the antenna can't punch through the chatter and electrical field of bugs with comm devices all around us. I ask Pykh to translate, but he says the language is hard because he can't see their limb movements. Things like food, slave, and work are heard, but no complete phrases that are useful. Auk has the suggestion that we wait for night, march around the ship as quickly as possible, and contact the Muds Battalion from there. Doing so would give us triple the numbers. I think it's a good idea, but Seal tells us otherwise. Right now they are trying to stay atop the mud. If we give them more time to prepare, they may have more weapons, more men on the ground, and we may be slaughtered. We have an advantage now because while they will have guns, the majority of their force is trapped inside the ship. He continues, the only chance they have of not dying here is to take their ship back into the sky. I am more worried about that happening than being defeated on open grounds. And I nod. We have to hit 'em quick. They'll have the cargo area open. If you can get me in there, I can force open the doors. I know the tricks. They won't be able to stop us coming. Nighttime is better to attack, Auk says. Avielk agrees, but the general takes Seal's side. They will work tirelessly night and day. The Red Ones will not let the others sleep, even if it kills them. So the invaders from the jungle will be getting closer and closer. It does not seem like they can cover much distance, but by night time they will be well into the muds. They might even reach us. Seal adds, and the ones at the ship may have solved their mud problems by night time, if they're willing to build platforms out of their own corpses. We have seen time and time again how their ruthlessness and persistence beats Fliafaki. And they are smarter with the red-topped commanders with them. I do not want to let them prepare defences. And so it is, with very little deliberation, that we decide to go. If there is a chance, this'll be it. And Fliafaki history, my future, may be changed forever. Let this be my last battle. Seal tells me when the meeting has ended and we are briefly alone. I promised myself I would get you and Pykh to a safe area, and we would make a home. I promised I was done with my war. A quiet life with you and teaching Pykh new things was supposed to be all. He purrs, but it is erratic. He's trying to comfort me while he's worried as hell. I know how he feels, though I'm trying not to think about that yet. My focus so far has been on doing the right thing. Convincing Avielk and everyone else that we have a chance to do something about the bugs. Now I grab him and hug him tight, because I'm scared about the risk I'm taking. I'm trying to give something back. I don't want to end all our lives. I don't want to face the bugs either, I say. I don't want to see him ever again. Just the thought of it scares me. I lean on him so much. But I have to do this for you, you know? The ship. The ship is everything. I shake my head. I wish I could tell you. No, I understand. And I am grateful. I would like to leave my people something besides a defeat. I would like Seal's war to end with a positive effect on my people, and not just a recession back into fear and giving up. I would purr if I could. He needs it. I settle for petting instead and dipping my head against him, presenting his favorite place to scent mark me. His chin bumps and rubs my hair. Speaking into my hair, he says, "When I was younger, I used to worry about my war all the time, and who would continue it when I was gone. I thought Ruar would. But now I see it is the Priory and Ruar's son who will carry it on for me. I just have to do this last thing." I pick up my head to meet his eyes. "Thank you for doing this, Seal. I'm sorry I didn't ask you first. Before this meeting. I should have. I was just afraid you'd say no. And anyway, that wouldn't have mattered if I couldn't convince Avielk first." "Little warrior," he says, smiling, and surprises me with a quick lick on the nose. I scrunch my face. That always tickles. But his next words melt me. "I would give you anything. And if it is a ship you want, I will deliver it to you by sunrise. God, I love you so much. And if you die, I'm gonna be pissed. But I wouldn't ask him to do this for me if the risk wasn't worth it." After a moment, he says smugly, "Let's see Ruar and the Fatalists say they've won, when I and my Omega bring them an invader ship." Chapter 71. Seal. The young men part as I approach, bowing their heads with respect. I hold only a simple small knife in my hand, but the elite guardsmen whisper and shuffle worriedly. "You have no right to hold a trial against us, Seal," says the captain, his voice exhausted but high-pitched and fearful. Someone has been cruel to him. A thin cut bleeds down the side of his face. I am sorry this happened to you, I say, cutting him free, my tone even. The young ones grumble, a few look surprised, but I do not mind that they hear me apologize. It is time to set an example, and they need to hear everything I have to say. This is not what our Omegas wanted when they approached you for a battle. It was not supposed to be an ultimatum. They wanted to convince you to march with them, and Ovielk would have wanted his father's guardsmen alongside him. Taking our Omegas to battle? Is that what it's come to? He is humbled and weak, his back bent even though he's free. He's half his size, and his aged, bony form is exposed without his armour. The Fatalists have lost, Arad. I try to straighten him up. I do not take pride in this, it is merely a fact. When my Omega and I present the invader ship, free for the Priory to study, your leaders will have a new history to teach schoolchildren, and we will have a bright version of our future as we begin to understand the invaders' technology and use it for ourselves. He humphs, looking more like a defeated beggar than a grand guardsman. His tail tucked sadly behind his backcloth and between his legs. I am sorry for our misconduct, but this does not change the facts. You acted against my Omega. This could never have gone well for you, even if you are following Ruar's will. It's time to start cutting the others down, so I leave him for now and continue to speak, for the elites and the young warriors both. My Omega will allow you to earn your honor back, on the front line, in front of our warriors, as we march to take the ship. Pah! A death sentence, and one more brutal than an execution. It is as it should be. The experienced march in front of the young ones, Elder Guardian. I add the endearment to remind him of what he is. His actions and cowardice dishonor everyone. This battle is illegal. The Omega has no authority here. He addresses the young ones himself next. This is not the Omega's home, nor has he been granted the rights of a Fleophaki. He's an invader. He is not ours. So why are we following the orders of an invader, master? This is lunacy. They begin to growl. I cannot let their anger grow again. This is not the time for Fleophaki to seek justice against Fleophaki. I must keep them focused on the ship and the goal ahead. If you come with us, you may be a great aid in what will be a turning point for our people. Someday soon, we may have weapons like the invaders have. We may have ships that travel the sky. We may even spread across different worlds like Carter's people. There is a bigger world out there, Erad, and we will become more advanced than our ancestors ever were, greater than we can even comprehend. We will fight for you, Seal, says an excited warrior, and others agree, unsheathing their weapons. I bow with respect. Some of these young men may die today. I do not expect the invaders to kill us quickly, since they need slaves, but it will come to that before our battle succeeds. I must give them facts, and not inflated hope. No battle is easy, I say, and there is no running from this one. Not for ourselves and likely not for our enemies. We are two equal opponents in an open space. We have never faced them like this before. Fleophaki, cunning and training must win against better weapons and sheer numbers. So do not run, Captain Erad of the Elite Council Guardsmen. We need every fighting man for this battle. The species that wins this war will keep this world forever. Our home. Madness. This is madness. The captain whimpers. I raise my voice to a shout, addressing the others. Warrior Fleophaki! Is it your destiny to huddle in iced-over caves and watch your borders shrink? Are you ready for another great loss like the peaceful valley that was taken from us? No! Is the loud answer, with a growing rumble. Are you honored to give your brothers? The warriors of the Battalion 2 are invader masters. Would you like to join them and dig in the mining pits, carrying heavy stones until your death? No! They say. They begin to show teeth. Beyond them, approaching with Pykh in the distance, my Omega is smiling. A warm feeling grows in my chest and spreads throughout my entire body. I am more than Seal, a defeated and forgotten war hero. I am a force of change, thanks to my Omega. And will you give our pups to the masters, to glut on and starve and beat as my mate Evria was, barely surviving, growing up inside a cage? It is not even a question. Their answer is furious, and so am I. I roar with them until it is quiet enough to speak. I lower my voice. This question is for Erad, personally. We will need every man, even our Omegas in battle. Will you fight with me, warrior, and create a song that is about the power and victory of our great Fliafaki people? The others join in the roar right away. The captain is reluctant and afraid, but his tail comes out from between his legs. He nods, solemnly. I have his sword, so I untie it from my waist and give it to him. Then I step into the crowd of young ones, walking through them, touching my tail to theirs, looking into their faces one by one, and raising my weapon. We are not letting them dig a mine on the grave of what was once our greatest city. We will take that ship. We will reunite with our Mud Battalion brothers on the other side, and we will brace ourselves for a long and tireless battle. Let them build a road. Let them come to us and try to take back what we've stolen. Warriors, you may never see the safe side of the gates again, because you're needed here. With their bodies piled high, the Muds will turn into solid ground again. Chapter 72. Carter. Well, I did it. I'm not sure that I did the right thing. I'm not sure if every one of my family members will be alive by the end of the day. But I'm not sorry I did it. I haven't lied to Avielk, even if I have my own reasons for wanting to approach the ship. I'm just not sure this is what I really want, even as I'm accepting a small short sword from Afek and joining him in the march to battle. Let me explain. This is absolutely the right thing to do. If the Fliafaki are going to get an advantage in this war, they need to level up their tech, especially their weapons. And this might be the best chance they have to do it. But I really do not want to see the bugs again. I've handled my traumatic experience well, I think. I only have the nightmares once or twice a week now. My flashbacks so far have been rare. Keeping Pykh and Seal with me at all times has helped. I may not have access to the drugs that allow the suppression of traumatic memories, but their warm, vibrating purrs heal me just as well in the middle of the night, when all the memories I'm ignoring speak louder. They can purr without waking themselves up. It happens whenever I move around in my sleep, or when I start thinking distressing things for several minutes. They can probably smell my fear. And now, instead of being afraid of memories and ghosts, I'm going to face the real thing. The monsters. The bugs. But I'm not alone. I remind myself that the Fliafaki are afraid of them too. And if they don't have as many traumatic memories as me, they will at some point in their lives. I'm not going to drag my feet or snivel, even if I am chewing my bottom lip and my whole chest feels tight. Like I'm short of breath. If you're looking for a man with some balls, it'll be a Space Marine. That's why I joined. And I'm proud of myself and the Fliafaki as we march together to face our enemy. The warriors are fired up and begin a war chant as we trudge steadily through the mud. Roar! Roar! We stand together! Roar, roar, we fight forever! I nudge Pykh. He's listening with rapt attention, and I notice his lips moving like he wants to join the shouting, but he doesn't know the words. Roar, roar, with blood and stone! Roar, roar, we save our home! On the next rah-rah, which I get absolutely wrong because I don't have the anatomy for a roaring growl, I join in. Roar, roar, break and crack! Roar, roar, we push them back! I elbow him good this time. I can tell he's tempted to join, but afraid he'll do it wrong. You can't be worse than I am, I whisper loudly to his ear, and I join on the next one. Rah, rah, we bring them pain! Rah, rah, they die today! The warriors notice what I'm trying to do, and smiling. The crowd around Pykh begins growling affectionately and playfully, lightly slapping his thighs with their tails. Rah, rah, kill the horde! The chant goes silent besides the growling as they continue to encourage Pykh with their rowdiness. Pyke's cheeks are darkly colored with a Phleophaky blush, and he looks to me for help. But I only step out of the way, letting the young man have their way with him. Finally, Pykh tries for a roaring call himself. Suitable, but a little timid. Cheers go up for him as the song is resumed. Roar, roar, blood for swords! A pause. Again they wait. More confident, Pykh roars again. Only this time the lyrics to follow have a different rhythm. Raw, raw, his prick is candy! Raw, raw, his pucker so sweet! Raw, raw, I bury my face in his arse to eat! My mouth drops open, having never heard a dirty Phleophaky limerick before. Space Marines aren't known for their coyness, but they don't sing about guy-on-guy stuff either. The warriors dissolve into fits of laughter and congratulations for Pykh. They start the same lines over, urging him to sing it with them, which he does gleefully with the same expression of delight he had for discovering the musical Ukyurt long ago. Then they teach him a new song. My lover is small and petite. He fits on my cock like a sleeve. He'll flatten his crest. I'll give him my best until he's purring and full of my seed. Their roaring becomes guffaws, and they encourage Pykh to sing it with them for the second rendition. And then they have a new war chant again. Raw, raw, I'll rut him tonight. Raw, raw, his rump so tight. Raw, raw, he'll sit on my chest. Raw, raw, I'll swallow his head. Before Pykh can recite the lines, the general comes to the back ranks, pushing warriors out of the way and snarling viciously. This is a significant battle. And we have a historian from the Priory here to record every drop of blood. Phleophaky warriors, conduct yourselves properly in front of these Omegas, or die here! There were several shameful glances my way and lowered crests. Someone shushes Pykh to stop him from finishing the song, and there is much snickering. I can tell they want to teach him more, but this perhaps isn't the best day for it. Pykh is going to have some interesting poetry for me later, I bet. That makes me laugh, and I'm startled to realize I've forgot my fear. Their fun and games worked. We have a couple hours to march, but it'll go quickly. The ship is already bigger than it was in the distance, and while I can't see much because I'm the shortest guy here, I'm sure they're preparing for us. Trowney, start the ballad of victory through the night, and make it your best performance. The general resumes his marching while a Phleophaky, with an impressively smooth baritone, starts a song that is sad and slow, telling of a grateful triumph after a long battle. The warriors gradually take it up with less ruckus than their simple chants, but everyone sings, and it still helps. Chapter 73. Auk. Well, here I am. I am witnessing it. The great change I said would come upon this world with Seal back in it is already here, and we've not even made it out of the muds yet. And Eothuth has revealed that he is not my enemy. He's not my friend either. I don't know what he is. You're staring at him again, Oak, Affec says, nudging me playfully as we walk. When the battle begins, I will be in front, where the elites are now to regain their honor. All older warriors will be in front, though there are only a few of us. I insisted on it. He only wants you to forgive him, you know. He gave up on anything romantic happening, though he has tried to make it up to you. Do you have something romantic with him? I ask and keep my voice quiet. Perhaps it is not the best time for a personal conversation such as this. Nor would a life-ending battle be the best time to learn a secret that may change what you thought you knew about your lover. Affec is not mine, but I did think I looked after him well enough. I did not think he was bedding with the general during those long nights and days when he was tasked to see to the house. All newcomers to the Muds are assigned menial chores. His silence tells me. My pride is hurt. We had a shared interest, he says, twisting his tail with mine. I let him, though I suspected his pity. You knew I hated him. Yeah, and I hated him too for a while. I hated that he insisted on not telling you anything, or not even saying that he was sorry. God, he was a filk prick. If he is only using that language toward Eothuth to please me, it is partially working. He insisted you had become dangerous to yourself. He insisted that it was better for you to hate him than to hate the council who gave the orders. Affec purrs for me. He's trying hard to get some sign of forgiveness or approval. He was afraid you would disappear into the jungle, especially since he was given orders to talk to you about retirement. He thought this would be the thing that made you disappear forever. I wish to march alone. No, I don't. I truly don't. On this of all days, with Affec making what will only be his second, third, and fourth kills, I want him by me for a long time. I do not mind that we are openly sharing affection, when usually I would give a subtle growl and step aside. I do not like to be fawned over. Oh, Oak, you don't have to like him, but please, forgive me. I never did anything to betray you, I promise. You wanted him. It is not either or, is it? And he is nice. I hang my head. Jealousy is what I feel, and that is a bad emotion. It's considered to be abusive, though everyone feels it at one point or another. Jealousy from an older male to a younger one is outright illegal and abhorrent. But it's the only emotion I understand right now. My other emotions, I do not know. Talk to me, Oak, you stubborn old slab of stone. Just talk to me. I hear a chortle from a young warrior pretending not to notice. Badly. I think he was right, I say. It was better for me to just hate him. The marching continues. Perhaps Affec is also correct. I should share more. If I want to keep him for all the time I have left, I have to open up to him more often. But it is not easy. I thought I would always hate our general. He's been a source of pain and a source of vindictive pleasure for a long time. But now I'm not sure. He asked me for forgiveness, and I think But I cannot finish that sentence. Fortunately, we are coming close to our destination, and Seal orders us back into formation. Chapter 74. Seal. I have never faced a battle like this. Both sides are out in the open. There's no cover. The mud under our feet gives us an advantage, for we can move faster than the invaders on the soft ground. The guns they undoubtedly carry give them the advantage, probably to a great degree. But as I discussed with the elites, the General and Carter himself, for he is military on his own world, there is no advantage to moving backward. They will have guns as well in the trees, possibly more. They are the reinforcements after all. Carter says the living space in the invader ship is limited, so they would have to make sacrifices in their equipment to hold more bodies. As we approach, we see several metal crates on the ground, strewn around a large area with little organization. We will use these for cover, as well as move fast on our feet. We do not see so many of the invaders milling about. At least, not the numbers we would encounter at a mine. When I was taken, I had been engaged in a very large battle at a small mine. It was the Peaceful Valley, which was taken from us, and it had lasted many months already when I lost my footing and was dragged from the ranks of fighting warriors. I knew the invaders were taking warriors from our battles for the very mine I was trying to conquer, and that only reaffirmed my need to press on for a victory. The mine was small, not nearly as populated and well established as the larger victories we would need in our future. It was near our home, so supplies could arrive quickly. It was a test for larger wars, and we needed to win, desperately. When we lost, when I was taken, I should say, because I hoped my people would keep fighting, I was depressed because not only had I lost the battle, lost myself and my freedom, but I had possibly lost all of Pykh as well. I did hope. My position was not officially as a general. Anyone could have stepped into my place on the battlefield, and the generals could have continued planning with Ruar. I narrow my eyes at the figures ahead. Why can I only think of my greatest failure as again I am faced with a similar battle, with similar stakes? If the superstition I gave to Pykh is true, that victory must be imagined before it can be made real, then we are failing before we've even begun. And I am in front, leading this charge into battle. The responsibility is mine to believe. Yet the fears continue. I may be the first slave in this new mine, and again we may lose the war. I may lose everything. It is a nice day, I say, looking over my shoulder at Audiobook, deciding to speak and silence the fears. He is looking backward and seems distracted with thought as well. Are you worried about your own, Pykh? Has Affect seen any battle? Huh? No. Yes, I am worried about all of them. Even the ones at home. You can bring him up here, if you like. Maybe you'd like to keep him at your side. But it is better for the older warriors to be in front to absorb the brunt of the battle. I said as much. He did. After we freed the captain and the elites, giving them their weapons back and letting them hear our decision in private, as part of Carter's counsel, the captain glared stonily at my friend and was silenced from his objections. Usually I respect an older man in uniform, but the younger elites have shown more honor. I wonder why Audiobook is so silent, as if he has fears he's been keeping to himself. He gave no voice to dissension in our final meeting, nor before or after in private. I follow his backward gaze to a brightly coloured individual, who was exiled to march among the pups as punishment meant to shame. The Pykh are not barbarians, and Ruar is ultimately our leader, so it was imperative that the elites be allowed to give a few governing orders. Ah, it is the general. You wish he was at your side. I smile on the side facing him. I like to throw taunts at Audiobook, like in our childhood. Our spars are quiet and friendly now. Do you want an easy target to draw gunfire? Or perhaps you want to look after him, keep him safe, keep him under your crest? He snorts. Great. I am following an idiot into battle. It's hard to tell whether you want the Golden General to coo in your ear, or drop dead. You speak poorly of him, but then I see you drinking his tea and helping him into his armour. He growls, so perhaps this is too personal. But after a while, lowly, he says, "It's complicated. I don't know myself whether to kill him or twist tails." You don't have to say more than you want to. Soon it won't matter either way. Perhaps, after a while, Alk acknowledges that he would rather speak than let the fears eat away at him also. I think he's playing with me. He is detestable, and a coward, but he does seem to care, sometimes. Tell me about him. The enemy sees us coming, and they are spreading out to take us at all sides. We are clustered, keeping our precious omegas in the middle at the very back. They will have to fan out across a very large spread to attack our final ranks. But they are starting, and we are not fanning out to make sure the battle stays head-on. We are like the final stand of warriors backed into a cave. Listening to Alk is better than speaking my fears. He is boastful, rude. Also, he's polite, too polite. He slickbacks for the council or anyone of greater rank. But he did not do so for the captain. Sometimes he is different. He has two faces, and I don't know which one is real or which one is false. I was once accused of false friendship, I say. One of my friends from my first assignment joined the Muds Battalion, believing he would receive special treatment from me. When he did not, he was offended. He was my friend, but he was also a warrior who needed to take poor assignments and live like one. I did not ask for special treatment. I asked to rescue you, Seal. I nearly want to twist tails with him for that. The soft feeling passes, however, without a loving word from either of us. Perhaps he didn't want to lose his scout. He hisses shortly. Remembered that, did you? I heard it a few times, yes. I don't know why he keeps saying that. He never did before. It seems obvious, but I say it anyway. Perhaps he is saying it more often to express that he will miss you and doesn't want you to leave. He huffs, takes a challah stick from a pouch and works it into his back teeth. And where did he get that, I wonder? I bet it was a gift from the general who's so two-faced. We march on, and I look backward at my Pykh. I smile. His handsome face can be seen among the frightened raised crests of all the young ones. He will be safest of all, and I'm not sorry for denying him an honourable place at the front. If the invaders do circle around and the front falls, Pykh will be one of the last alive. He is the strongest wall, and I have placed him in a critical position. The young ones will be dead or struggling if he sees the brunt of the battle. I glare at the oncoming figures. They've decided to meet us for the fight. We need to be further ahead to take cover among the crates. Do not trip on your tail, friend, Alk says. It's the oldest, most elegant insult. In a few words it implies clumsiness, cowardice, lack of skill, and youth. Somehow, over the decades, it has become a friendly intonement among warriors to mean good luck. Nor you, I say and lower my stance. With a growl, I am the first to run forward, the warriors behind me, rank by rank, following suit. Chapter 75. Seal. The charge is difficult, our steps splashing mud up to our thighs, our clothes and armour soon covered in brown. This will not be a comfortable battle, and there is no reason to try and stay clean. As we come close, I run low, occasionally touching my hand to the ground for speed. Even so, It is a slower charge than we're used to, and our enemy does not rush out to meet us. They've set up crates and cages throughout the land, scattered in greater quantity than before. They make metal islands that the red-topped commanders stand on, clicking their orders and pointing around themselves. This was their answer to how to stay above the mud by the time we attacked. This is also our answer for their guns, which won't be lethal at first. But that will change. The cages are open, all of them, and the invaders raise their snapping, hissing mouthparts as we come close, making a great chatter. They must think themselves so clever for the cages laid out for us, for the position of their mine. Soon they think they will have a fresh crop of new workers, ones who practically ran into the cages and locked themselves inside. But I have a secret weapon. I doubt they recognize me as a slave who escaped, and they aren't expecting the light sword in my hand. They gather thickly, greedily in a great hissing ball before several cages that are set up behind them in an arc. They start to wave their many limbs toward the doors, welcoming us inside. I can't lie. No matter what kind of hero I'll become after this, the thought of going back into one of those cages will always terrify me. I set my gaze to the red-topped commanders in the back, looking down on us regally, their upper limbs folded calmly across their thin waists. Then I level myself for the waiting slavers, running low and bringing the sword handle into position. I don't turn it on. Not yet. Just as they don't want us to fall to the ground too far away, where we will have to be waded out to and dragged back. I don't want them to start to move away so that I have to chase. I wait until my own legs want to betray me, want to turn around. I wait until I see the thick, coarse hairs that grow sparsely on their prickly hands. Their bodies begin to vibrate, humming with excitement, and they raise their shock rods up to greet me. As if that's all it will take. I turn on my sword as they start forward, their stick-like tongues uncoiling out of their mouths to taste me. They are too excited and mindless, not reacting in time. They rush onto my blade, set horizontal in front of me, and their bodies fall aside in two separate halves, either screeching or lumbering. The bottom halves wobble and stumble into my knees, thudding like fallen fruit. The fresh, intact ones don't realize what's happening right away. They are too excited, too fervent. They dive right onto me and split in half. It's easy since they're so closely clustered. I stop at the bottom of the red commanders perched above on the cage. For a moment they are silent and still. Their shiny black eyes are expressionless and lidless, but their mouth parts stop wiggling and their limbs hang slack. Stunned. I growl, lower my weight and change the position of my sword. The first one shrieks, scrambling backward off the cage with all its arms, dragging its large lower body. The second one is not so fast. Its thin waist is easy to cut through, light as air, not even noticed by the blade. It makes the tiniest snapping sound, like a small twig. Its head screams all the way to the ground until it falls face first in the mud, smothered. But it's still alive. His arms lift its upper body out of the dirt, scraping and clawing to get away. He will not go far. His own kind will eat him later. The other one has nearly escaped to safety, but I stab the end of the sabre into its retreating round rear, which always secretes a thick, purpley fluid. Liquid gushes out of him like a bucket cut open, and he runs in a wild zigzag pattern, shrieking and flailing, dragging his lower body as it's emptying. I wipe a small splatter of the stuff off my chin. I would rather eat mud than that, and I evaluate the enemies below me. The other commanders atop their cages are now gesturing for slavers to join them, and those slavers carry guns. They are endless. Despite the great damage, the next ones are yearning toward me, unfurling their tongues at me, clacking their sharp pincer jaws pieces open and shut. The guns are aimed, and my moments of evaluation have disappeared. I leap into them. Chapter 76. Pykh, I run forward, my axe held in front of me, but I cannot move quickly enough. I cannot keep up. The others run low to the ground, using their hands, sometimes with their feet, and I must carry this heavy axe, so I am stranded on 2 legs. Also, the Omegas are with me. It's my job to protect them. Audiobook trots to catch up with us. Carter is here and tugs on my elbow. Let's go. Wait! Audiobook waves his tail. We cannot go with them into battle. It will only make them worse fighters. They will try too hard to protect us. Now, come on, Pykh. Let's go. I'm trapped between 2 Omegas. But only one of them is mine. He's as fast as I am, though his legs have to move twice as much. Invader masters rise over silver cages and crates to get to us, crawling over each other, except for the red-topped shes, which are the master of masters. They stand undisturbed while the others rush forward. Others join them and point small, gleaming objects at us. I know those. Guns! I stop and duck, catching my little mate around his waist and pulling him down with me. The streaks of light shoot everywhere. They strike the mud and smoke goes up. They hit the young flea off a key in front of me, and he rolls to the ground holding his shoulder. No! Holding Carter by the waist and carrying my axe, I take both with me and jog to the little one as fast as I can. It is the one who showed me how to cook. Ralkir. He rubs his shoulder, looks worriedly at me, then lifts his hand. The leather armour underneath, called a spalder, has a black spot like burned wood. I'm okay. I let go of Carter so I can help him up. His crest is dripping and dirty, but he's whole. He didn't die. It's just the burning guns for now, he says, gathering his front cloth and using it to clean his blade. Like Seal said. Go on, catch up, Carter says, nodding that way. We're right behind you, all of us together. Pykh, come on. He is right. This was only one warrior pup, and the rest are in more danger, ducking under lights and fighting the masters. Behind us, Audiobook is trying to proceed, but keeps having to duck whenever a shooting light comes close. I think I should go to protect him, but already I see 3 blue warriors returning. They go past us, and they ignore Audiobook's demands to run the other way. Kneeling as much as I can in the mud, I turn Carter toward me. He is right. I cannot fight and protect you also. It's too dangerous for you. He does not kneel, even though there are lights happening all around him, even though others ahead are already yelling in pain. His eyes narrow, and I'm reminded of the warrior who killed the masters while Seal and I ran. He did not seem so little and fragile then, and he looks furious now. Then stop trying to fucking protect me and make your large alien ass useful. He is not strong enough to be forceful, but his insistent shove makes his intentions clear. Stop being stupid, Pykh. And how am I going to be the perfect guardian if I do not obey? Seal's orders were easier. But I know I'm doing the right thing as I pick up my axe with both hands and stand. Just don't move too far away from me. We fight together. He nods, and we run forward to join the others. A beam sears across my arm and into my side, but I roar through the pain and don't stop. Chapter 77. Audiobook. Where is he? I shout, slicing through another invader with my blade. My training is not so good for a large battle like this. I am clumsy with the sword, out of practice, and the cuts are too imprecise. It is not so helpful to take off an arm when the enemy has 5 others to harm you still. This may be it. This may be the battle that sees the end of Audiobook Dridasaphi. Then it is my purpose to kill as many as I can, so that the life of a young warrior may be saved. Let them take the years from me that I would have only used to grow old in safety. Life should belong to the young pups. I'm at peace with this. But I'm angry at my court brother who has abandoned us in this mess. Where is Seal? Can you see him? Eothuth has climbed atop a tower of crates, cutting down the commander creature that stood there. There is only a moment of rest for us because the surrounding invaders become temporarily confused, obeying the orders of a crawling, begging commander in front of them instead of the ones further behind. Eothuth straightens to look out, just as a beam from a gun fires over his head and breaks off 2 spines from his crest, making him yell in pain and duck. I can't help looking at the pieces on the ground, and then at him, thinking that he is incomplete now. He shouldn't be. Those were his taller pieces that made him look large and impressive as they came up. Now he will be with a shortened crest height for a long time, until a few more years when it molts out. This is only a quick thought. There's no time to be sentimental. Also, I would have lost my general entirely if that shot had hit his head. "Get down! Get down!" I yell at some approaching warriors. "The guns can kill us now!" They are not at full intensity yet, which will fire a hole right through you, but aimed at your torso they will make a short, searing tunnel that can cause you to collapse in pain. Aimed at your head, you will die quickly or wish you did. "He is alive, Auk," the general says, dropping down next to me. The area he occupied is crisscrossed by shooting beams. "He is doing well." "Which way?" "All I can see around these crates are the masters and more cages. He is far ahead. We won't get to him." Then Eothuth addresses the young ones, touching their shoulders each. "We take the silver cages there. See? They have nothing but crates behind that, and the stacks aren't very tall. We take that position and they can't shoot on top of us from the Pykh cages." The warriors nod. "Bring me 6 more. Quickly, go!" They bound away. But this is wrong. I wish I had time to track down Seal, tie him to a post and tail whip him harshly. I would have done it this morning alongside the elites if I'd known he'd be this stupid. Don't run out ahead. It's the first, most basic thing we teach a warrior who's fresh in his straps. And it's the quickest way to die, even in a battle we're winning. But I have other lives to save first. "Where are you going?" Eothuth yells as I turn away. "Hold here!" I yell, not even looking back. By the sounds of it, the invaders have finally got their orders right, and I hear them scraping on metal as they climb the crates and try to swarm Eothuth from all directions. But he has 2 swords, and he's good with both of them at the same time. He can hold for now while I find my target, back among the crawling and mostly dying bodies of our enemies. It is the captain, who is faced off with a 3-legged invader that tries to turn and flee around him rather than fight. He stabs between its useless hind legs, yelling, "Roar!" I forget our rank. I forget who I am, which is only Auk, a lowly scout. A scout is only a specialized warrior who is trained to sneak and sit and perch quietly for long times. Sometimes we have less fighting experience and skill than a regular warrior. But I grab the elite elder by his ear, pulling harshly. He yowls, and I parry his expensive sword clashing into my chest, nearly slicing my face. I yell back, tempted to rake him with my claws. "You are not permitted to fall behind. If I lose a single young man in this battle and your corpse is not already on the ground, I will murder you myself when we're done with all this." Yes, I do not expect him to outlive this battle, just as I do not expect to do so myself. But there will be years lived on in bodies younger and minds less weary than ours. I fling him into the mud as we arrive where Eothuth holds, next to the crates. Several young ones, smaller than the number he asked for, rejoined him before I did. "We're here." I'm tempted to lash out at the older one even now, for crawling and scrambling to safety at Eothuth's feet. He looks just like the vile invaders in my eyes. Eothuth only nods, pulling 2 attached invader back legs out of his crest and throwing them aside. They must have tried to jump on top of him. With only the gestures of his hands and tail, he splits us into 2 teams. We run around either side of our temporary shelter, crashing into more pincers, eyes and blood-filled bodies as we cut our way forward, forcing the enemy to choose which side to kill. Chapter 78. Pykh. I swing my axe, whoosh, and the tough shell of a runt invader running past me cracks. They are not so dangerous, and these ones are only here to gorge on the fallen parts of other masters. It was not trying to attack me. I just really like the sound my axe makes when it strikes something. I see another invader among the bodies, one that escaped somehow. It frees itself from the corpses and, panicked, grabs a punishing rod off the ground. Fleeing backward, he continues to search the body with his other legs, probably looking for a gun. I sprint over the fallen masters, my shoes crunching and splashing in what's left of them. As Seal said in his speech, the bodies are sinking into the mud and making it easier to move quickly for us. I catch up to him, and he waves the punishing rod at me, mimicking jabs, yelling, "Back! Get back!" And by the wild waving of his antenna, I know he is scared. I leap with my axe, purposely passing him, and I catch his neck on the curved inner blade, my foot coming down in the middle of his back. "Roar!" I shout joyously and perform the maneuver that Seal taught me. His head flies back, bouncing off my knee, and the rest of his body falls forward, his arm still flailing with the punishing rod grasp. In an old time, those used to beat me. "Ha!" I yell and stamp his still-alive head into the mud and fluid. Another invader body mixes with the land. My Omega follows further behind, gripping his smallish sword in front of him with both hands, his arms trembling. "Good job, Pykh," he says, without very much enthusiasm. He gulps, then nods towards the fighting. "We have to keep going." "You do not have to." My Omega is strong, but he is very scared. Many of the masters are not completely dead, and the field of corpses will hiss and move. Now the round-shelled masters are running out to eat, and the Fleophaki are still fighting up ahead. Carter holds his sword warily, stepping around two gorging little ones who have no interest in him. "We can stay here and kill all the little masters," I say, going to him. Another corpse twitches, and I stomp it into the ground. My Omega closes his eyes, whispering some words to himself. Then he gingerly steps around and through some legs that are sticking up. He cries out and clutches his knee where it touches one of the limbs. Then he hacks at them mercilessly, screaming. I catch up to him at last. I thought I was making the way easy for him, but I should not have gone so far ahead. "I will carry you," I say, and set my axe on the ground. I go to pick him up the way I used to, sweeping my arm up from the backs of his knees, holding him against my chest. But he screams one of his swears and thwacks me with the flat side of his sword. "Do not treat me like I'm a fucking pussy, okay?" I move away. I am not hurt physically, and I know he is only angry at me because he is scared. Seal is like that too sometimes. I look out at the fighting, trying to find him, hoping my cage mate is okay, hoping he doesn't need me. I would not leave Carter anyway. He is the heart of us. Seal would hurt me, and I would never be happy again if I lost Carter. But I also may never be happy if I lose Seal. "I'm sorry, Pykh," Carter says while I'm searching. "It's these fucking bugs, goddammit! These fucking—" He begins to bash the legs with his sword. They are from two different masters who landed on their backs, and one of them begins to kick. "These fucking bugs!" he yells over and over, trying to cut the body into pieces. But the legs are the strongest part of the masters. Like their jaws, only the light sword can break them easily. I purr for him, though I do not think it will help. Finally, I have a different idea. "Use my axe!" We switch weapons. I can break the legs for him, but it will be better if he does it himself. He must remember that he is powerful. At the beginning of the fighting, he was strong and brave, but now that we can only move forward by letting the masters touch us, by feeling parts of them against our skin and under our feet, he has become scared because of old memories. He is so little with my axe. It is taller than him. I almost do not want to let go of the handle in case the weight of it topples him forward. His arms drop at first. Then he summons all his little strength and swings the axe. He swings it in a flat arc, probably because he cannot pick it up over his head. It works. The blade slices at an angle that goes to the ground. Most of the legs are still intact, but they are at least bent and broken in this direction. He brings the blade up and down again, cutting at the legs against the ground. Again and again he yells with every hit. After the fourth, he stops and just looks down. He spits on the bodies. "Yeah! Fuck you! You disgusting cockroach motherfucker! You pieces of fucking shit! Fucking!" He heaves the axe again. "Rapist!" It lands and he raises again. "Murderers! Killed my fucking friends, you fucking!" It ends with a scream and the axe comes down. The legs are smashed and bent into the pulp of the bodies below. There is a new, faint ugh noise. The legs that move might have been attached to a head, but it shall never be walking again now. One of the young masters toddles straight at us with excited chirps, its many arms open. Carter and I move quickly backward, and I retake my axe. He pulls out his sword again, but then the little master falls stomach first onto the mess of bodies and legs. He makes snorting, buzzing sounds as he scrapes flesh and pulp into his open, gnashing mouth. I raise my axe. The master splits from his neck to his middle, and his short legs thrash, his huffing sounds becoming a buzz-like screech. My axe splits him again, through his head this time, but already mid-swing Carter says to me, "Nah, I'm sorry, man. We don't have time for this. Let 'em chew on whatever's still alive out here. Or dead." Finished, I hold the axe still again. My tennel is beautiful, light and swift to my hands only, and deadly to the masters. "We'll kill them when we're done," Carter says, and he does not even react to another round master tripping past us. "Let 'em eat all these guts. Then we will cut them open and make sure they join the pile. Yeah?" Particularly awful. Shrieking screams come from the direction of the fighting. My tail sinks. Sad. I know that sound. Someone is dying. Carter and I look at each other, but nothing needs to be said. He does not hesitate now as he crosses over the bodies, and I run with him. Chapter 79. Seal. There is another way to avoid gunfire. One I didn't think of. Be very, very fast, and close in on them. I do not pause to admire my handiwork, nor savour the sweet long moments of agony before death that the invaders suffer. I lunge forward and sweep the blade, turning my wrist at the end. I lunge forward and sweep the blade back. Often I need to cut the same enemies twice because the invaders are able to continue fighting and pointing their weapons even while taking catastrophic damage. It is no matter. With a saber sword I can cut them in half left to right and back again. Sometimes the blade catches their weapons and cuts through those too, though it does not do well against the larger, heavy guns. I've learned to grip the handle tightly, or the resistance from the blade on those metals may knock it free from my hand. I move forward, always forward, and realize I have put myself in a bad position. I have come too far out in the open, leaving the cages and crates behind, getting near the ship where I'm supposed to be. But we haven't killed enough of them yet. They are still a massive swarming horde. They are not endless, I remind myself, turning to slice the bugs at my back. They must run out of numbers eventually. I turn again to cut those approaching my front. I am not necessarily exhausted with physical effort, but I must get faster. Faster! I feel the brush of a weapon against my tail as I turn just in time and stop an invader from cutting it off for me. This will not work. I turn the blade off and stick the handle in my mouth. On all fours, the struggling invader body serving as my ground, steam rising up from the flesh of many burning cuts, I force my way through the invaders who crowd behind me. They do not give way easily, and I barely swerve in time to dodge the poisoned jab of a shock rod. The rest fall on my crest or topple from the force of my head or shoulders. I aim underneath or around their bodies, depending on whether they stand on 2 legs or 4 or 6. I tuck my tail in close, but I feel a slice, and then another one. The longest part of me makes an easy target, and a short tail is an ugly but common injury. Please let me keep it. Carter would never let me feel like I was less, but I do not want to be his guardian if I am deformed. I spring up with the blade again, turning it on and cutting through a massive cluster of bodies, even as the invaders descend upon my back with their teeth and jaws. I can feel the pain of my own crest spine snapping, broken in either pincers or bodies. It is only a plucking sensation, and then an airy awareness on my back because something has gone missing. I have too much anger to feel the pain of any of my injuries individually. After cutting through the front and doing what I can to protect my sides, I struggle forward, step by step. I want to go to the ground to get them off me. Let them try to attack my back if all they have are my claws and sword. But I have been trained that going to the ground like that will bring the final moments before death. I do not know how I would fare, even with the light sword. An invader tries to bite into my neck, but one of my crest spines catches between his jaws and saves me. I pull him off with one arm and stab into several invaders with the other. I bring myself back to 3 crates set closely together. Here, at least, I cannot be surrounded, and the ones who go over the top will be the first to meet my blade. My attackers begin to fall back. General Earthuth taking my place with his sword furiously slashing. Auk follows at his side, and I slump to the ground, exhausted. Every breath feels like a rest I should not have. There are so many others to kill, and my killing with the light sword drew their fire away from the others. I manage to get myself standing again, but propped against the boxes. Then Auk is with me. "Are you dying?" he asks in an unfriendly tone, looking me up and down. "Do I still have my tail?" I ask, panting. A man can bleed out if the tail is severed too high up, but I still haven't checked on it. I give the end several small flicks and swishes, hoping its attachment is not just my imagination. "You do, but you shouldn't. You might lose it if you keep shaking it around like that." I finally check back there. Thankfully he has exaggerated my injuries, though the cuts are deep, and blood flows everywhere. Blood flows from other areas of my body as well. It is difficult to tell how much because I am covered crest to foot in it and blinking it out of my eyes as well. I take up my sword, turning it on again. "Seal, do not go alone." Auk's tail traps my leg. "Come with the general and me. You can be the front and we will take the flanks. We will kill more together." I shake my head and manually pry his tail off me. "The weapon is too dangerous. I can't have you so close. And besides, we cannot have all the leaders in one place for them to kill." There is not time to say more. The general, with an elite warrior at his side, is slowly losing to the onslaught I left behind. There are still many, many more. The hissing, shrieking, and rattling are a living nightmare inside my head. I will dream of this for months to come. But it is the sound of Fliafaki fighting. A sound that we are not beaten. It is the noise of us taking back our jungle and freeing our poor brothers from cages. As I know after meeting Pykh, it is the sound of freeing our children trapped in pens somewhere as well. This was how I tamed the dreams long ago, and now, I remind myself, it is a welcome sound once more. Chapter 80. Pykh. The Omega and I make an efficient team. My weapon hits first, doing the most damage, and his small weapon follows after for whatever is still alive enough to hurt us. A blow with my blade may leave an invader's side gashed and open, and while I move on, I will hear my Omega shout and his sword hit. He is good at dashing to multiple targets, being little and swift. I am good at clearing a path, and several warriors are glad when we show up. "Pykh, look!" Carter calls and points. The centre of the killing is going well, where the Fliafaki are clustered together, and Seal is ahead, alone somewhere. I have been hoping to find him. But far out from this area and closer to the ship, 2 Fliafaki young warriors are inside of a cage, fighting for their lives. The door is open, and they have killed many already, but a she is moving toward their cage with several other large masters. They want to lock the warriors inside. They cannot have any more slaves. It would be better if they died. The Omega and I start that way. There was a time I would not have said this. There was a time I was always glad to meet new slaves, especially if they were in my cage. I was happy when Carter joined me in mine. But now I know better. Fliafaki should never be slaves. I charge for the young ones. The she points at me, the other slaver raises a gun. There is no time to dodge when he fires a streak of light. Another and another come too fast. I step to the side and a jolt runs through my hands, almost making me drop my axe, Tennel. I hold him tight, unwilling to let him fall alone like he did in real life. More and more light shoots at me. It never stops. And I hold Tennel out before me, only my eyes looking over the blade. He absorbs the shooting light for me, protecting me, but I feel his pain through my hands. I do not let go. I lose a part of my crest. A wet sensation trickles down from my ear. From the edge of my vision I see a piece of my billowing clothes catch flame and turn black, the light shooting through. But then I am there. My strength doubled from pain and fear, and Tennel does the rest for me. The she makes a delightful shriek and raises its arms over its head. I kill it first, shouting, "Roar!" The she is easy. From its neck diagonally to the opposite back leg, the master splits in half. Blood spurts and gushes everywhere. The slaver fires at me, and I lose another piece of my crest. Something is bleeding up there, onto my shoulders and chest. His shots do not kill me, though, and that is his death. The others are hesitant, not sure if they wish to attack or run. We are in the long shadow of the ship now, and this is the closest I have ever been to one. "Get out of there!" Carter says, grabbing the hands of 2 shocked Fliafaki and yanking them forward. "What are you doing in there?" One of them is Afek. He is so dirty I almost can't recognize him. I must also be frightening by the look he gives me. We got surrounded somehow. We couldn't fight our way back. There was no other way. We were surrounded. "Yes, you said that," Carter says, and I growl. "The cages are worse than death. Never go in the cages." "Yes, of course. We were surrounded. I thought we were dead." The other young one sniffs and wipes tears from his eyes. Both of them look like pups I abandoned long ago. 4 invaders hiss at me, and I raise my axe, welcoming them. But they scuttle further into the shadow among the boxes and crates, to a ramp far, far away that leads into the ship. "That is where we are going?" I ask. "Yeah." "Oh, shit!" Carter grabs me by the elbow and pulls me behind the cage. With Alk's spying scope, he looks around the side. Afek next to me says, "I'm pretty hurt. Do you think I should go to Ovielk for bandages?" The wound on his hip is deep, but not fatal. He is not used to fighting or pain, I see. He is better off somewhere else. He is not a warrior. Even the crying one looks better than him, narrowing his eyes at the enemy and pointing his sword. He is not sniffling any more, even if he is scared. Pykh, on the other hand, has eyes asking me to save him. I touch his shoulder. Stay behind me. You will be safe. He chews his lip and nods. Yeah, no, sorry, Carter says, closing the spying scope and putting it in his belt. Safe isn't happening today. We have to move, and we have to move fast. He touches me and Pykh, bringing us into a circle with the fourth warrior. They've got a fucking badass weapon up there. Something I didn't foresee. They've got a big old laser about to fry us up like chips and barbecue. Know what I'm saying? The warriors and I look at each other. The brave one shakes his head. My Omega sighs quickly. Big gun! See, over there? You don't even need a telescope! That giant thing with the 3 large barrels? That's about to shoot 1,000,000 kiloroots of shit right up our shit! I cannot begin to understand what he said, but I know the meaning of shit, and I know he's saying we're doomed. Should we run? I ask, but calmly, seriously. The Omega bobs his head left and right and shrugs. Maybe. So, yes, says the warrior. Pykh only looks tearful. Shall we find our warriors and tell them to flee? The Omega looks into the distance, then frowns. We can outrun it. That thing shoots through cages, it definitely shoots through crates. If it touches us, it'll slice our legs off, even at a far distance. If we can get further than a mile away, in the mud, then maybe. But first we have to tell everybody, and then we have to cover that distance. They'll have the gun set up by then. Look! He nods around the side of the cage. They're already attaching the power pack. We don't have time. So we kill them. I say, still calm. If that is the only way, it is the only way. The Omega nods frantically. That's right. And better yet, we've got to take that gun. He hunkers close into the circle with the 3 of us. His eyes wide and fearful, but his voice steady and brave. If we take that gun, the whole thing is over. The ship is ours, and even if they roll up the ramp, shut the door, and try to take off, they couldn't fucking keep me locked outside. We're gonna take that gun, and we're gonna shove it up their ass. The warrior makes a quick, approving roar. I do the same, and Pykh is last. His growl is also hollow and weak. But I know my young friend will help us anyway, even at the cost of his life. All right. Here's how it's gonna go. Pykh, you may have to leave your axe and use your sword. They can't see us coming or they'll just shoot us down anyway, or they'll slow us down with their numbers. We have to crawl, and we have to be fast. Chapter 81. Aug. It finally happened. I knew it would, but the old man doesn't fall as easily as I would have guessed just a few hours earlier, when he was hiding behind cages. His honor comes back to him, long before his final moments. I did not give him enough credit. After downing an enemy or 2, his training begins to show. His weapon strikes become surer, and soon, with the help of the battle fervor that affects us all, Captain Erard becomes a worthy elder among the Fleophaki warriors, taking the lead, facing only the brunt of the invaders so that the younger ones among us might choose easier battles. He fights well, very well. The invaders do not call for his mastery of parries and blocks, but he can stab a thing right and move with strength and speed. Any invader meeting his weapon does not need to be struck again, which is more than I can say for myself. I start to fight faster and more fiercely just so I can keep up with the elder captain. But it happens. The enemy is endless and fearless, and it only takes one slip of a move. We are fighting toward the ramp of the ship, and the onslaught is enormous, nearly unbearable. If Carter was any more wrong about the numbers contained inside the ship, I can only imagine that we would already be enslaved or dead. They crawl over each other to get to us, but they can only do so with 2 bodies at most. Now it is only 1, and our forces are coming together. We're holding our front. We're not advancing into the ship like we need to be, but we're holding our front. I had forgiven him, the old man, and he is taken from me in moments. We did not speak for a long time, only having our breath to grunt or yell. Then I hear him make a painful cry. I turn to assist, and he is already gone, on the ground next to me, and an invader chews out his throat. I am saved during my moments of shock by Earthus, who makes a great roar. I do not rejoin the battle just yet. Earthus is tireless and the most effective warrior yet, besides Seal. His heavy golden armor saves his life countless times, and he saves ours just as much. There's a Fleafiki warrior far from here, and Ovielk tends to him. I narrow my eyes to focus. It's not him. A warrior runs past me, going to help a part of the line that is weak. I catch him. "Where is Afek?" My voice is rough, nearly unrecognizable. "I'm not sure, Auk." The warrior lowers his eyes and taps his claws on his heart, to indicate that he hurts with me. He pulls to get away because someone else is screaming for help. I have one more question. "When did you last see him?" "Not since the start." I let him go and continue to scan the battle, to look along the line and behind the line, anywhere. We are missing several. Not half. Not yet, and that is good, but several is enough to scare me when I cannot find Afek. I wait, listening to the sounds of fighting behind me, knowing that my emotions may cause me to lose another young warrior, one whom I do not love as much, but one who is just as deserving to see life and many more battles. I drop my head for a moment and cover my face with my hand. My body is torn, and one of my legs is just a well-positioned, lifeless stick to keep me upright. Hopefully it can be healed, and I won't have a lifelong limp. But none of that matters. I lost my Pykh. My beautiful young man. Another one. While I do hate the fatalists, and I admire Seal, I had thought that under the old political power I would not have to lose another one. I know it is Earthus approaching me just by the heaviness of his steps. I expect to be reprimanded and forcefully yelled at to rejoin the battle. I want to hear it, for otherwise I may not summon the motivation, and those young lives need me still. When I fall to the invaders, like the captain did, then I can rest. Then I can stop losing them. My face breaks with emotion, and I hang my head. Earthus' armor bumps into me, and then his arms wrap around my waist. I do not have much of a crest left for him to be wary of, though he is gentle around the sensitive stumps, and he holds me as tight as he can. I sob, unable to control it, finding my throat too tight to swallow or breathe. He shouts over my back to someone else behind me. "Any crates that you can move? Find them! Bring them and build a wall!" "Yes, General!" I hear the splash of jogging feet. He will yell now. He sounds strong and whole, as if he just started the day at this moment and doesn't feel the exhaustion that urges me to drop my sword and give up already. He touches the side of my face. Foolish old man. I must look like a teary-eyed pup to him. I have already seen him comfort a warrior or two who started to break mid-battle. I've helped as well. Now I am one of them. Yell at me. I'm shaking. What happened to my Pykh pup? The general puts his forehead to mine. His eyes close. His breath falls over my mouth, warm and smelling of tea. It always smells of tea. I can taste it. Now then, my scout. His brown eyes open. He smiles, though it is sad. You still have me. Though my heart is breaking, I start to smile as well, and even manage a huff for him. My general! I make my tone as sarcastic as possible. Our tails twist together, only twice because he's timid. Then he pats the side of my face and licks my nose quickly. And I know it's time to go. I'm ready. Snarling, grabbing an extra sword off the ground in case I lose the one in my hand, I return to the front line with a limp. Earthworth runs to where he is needed, where the line is weak and the invaders are nearly bursting through. I go to where he was last, where 6 warriors are barely holding his place. Move aside! I yell at a young man whose arm hangs limp. Charil. I know him from the Uan Gate. He is a face more than anything. I learned his name just days ago. At the invaders, I shout, I will not lose another one! Chapter 82. Seal. I look out at the battle ahead, having moments before each swing of my arm as the invaders reduce their numbers from a river to a trickle. My purpose of fighting separately is to give the enemy more than one front to attack, and to make myself look like the easier target, being the only one Fleafiki out of place on the battlefield. It worked for a time, and 3 young warriors have joined behind me to pick off the leftovers and keep my back from being swarmed. But now it seems as if they are ignoring the diversion, and they cease their endless march into the warriors as well. Several commanders have appeared behind the horde, directing battle, and several more have just stepped off the ramp from the ship. The ones staying inside, from what I can see at this distance, are surrounded by the large and vicious hunters. They are saving them for last, if any of us survive. There are more small invaders than anything, and while they don't pose a great threat by themselves, they are still annoying and can be difficult in vast numbers, especially if they attack with a mob of their stronger brothers. Before, these were running wild. Now they seem to be gathering in a heap at the front of the warriors. I see 2 teams splitting off, directed by several commanders who seem to confer with each other, and who carry the longer-nosed guns that are extremely powerful. I know what I have to do, and it makes me sad. Slaying 2 more invaders, I move backward, guiding the warriors to a safe place. I hate that I have to do this, but I figured out early on in my life that I do it better than most. Some leaders have lost battles because they try too hard to spare their men. Like it or not, I need these young men to fight for me. I touch the spaulders of the first 2, wanting to be close. They're going to flank us with the long-range guns, and while we are busy fighting that, they will assault the front and overtake us. They're using strategies now, because these are their last simple warriors. The hunters are kept inside the ship, and they will be tough. They will be last. To get to them, first we must survive this final push. It's a lot, says one warrior, though I detect no fear in him. Just the weariness of a long, hard job. Yes, but we have not lost so many compared to them. One of us is worth 500 of them, and they know it. They are scared. This is why so many commanders have stepped off the ship. They do not care enough about the lives of their people to do so otherwise, or they would have won the battle already. Our advantage is that we are valuable. We are not expendable. And we are intelligent independently, while they rely on a select few of their breed. Now the hard part. I am going back to the general to hold the front. Your job is to intercept the incoming flank and put a stop to it. Be tactical. Don't rush into your death like they do. Draw them out of place as far as you can and pick them off when the opportunity is right. They nod, accepting my orders. They do not show fear, though I have given them a difficult task. Do not trip on your tails, I tell them, and they smile before they go. I want nothing more than to take their place. I would volunteer for all the self-sacrificing missions if it did not lose the entire battle for me to be absent elsewhere. In this case, the flanks are distractions. Exactly what I was doing to them to divert the flow and take aggression away from the main force. The important battle will be a direct confrontation at the front, which we must hold against a considerable sea of enemies. From the many we have already killed, we have dwindled their weapons. I must dodge only a few shooting lights as I make my way to the main force. From the smaller guns, these beams of light can maim, but usually will not kill. The commanders have saved the strongest power to protect themselves inside of the ship. I do not know how we will deal with that. I suspect we have lost the ship. But still, we must finish the battle. I'm surprised to see you. Pykh growls to greet me. Then, you are on the wrong side of the barricade, friend. And indeed I am in front. With a light sword, I intend to be part of the wall. They are scared, I tell him over my shoulder, for it is dangerous to look away now. Yes, we should have a victory any moment. The flat tone of his voice makes me chuckle. The general finishes a small skirmish elsewhere and comes to us. There will be a well-armed flank, I say loudly. That direction. I indicate by pointing my sword. I've sent someone to intercept it, he says, nodding. Then, what are they waiting for? He has done very well. Likely he started as a young warrior when I was still leading my war. But a significant battle like this is still new to him. This will be the fight to end or lose it all, I say. It will not be long now. Their numbers are depleted, and this is the last of them. Depleted? He echoes incredulously, and seems to be looking for a clean cloth on his body to wipe his blade. There isn't one. Nothing except his gold armor is yellow anymore. We all wear the same uniform of muck. I tell him, in the old days they never ended. An advancement on a territory was determined by whether or not we could hold the incoming onslaught indefinitely. They would not leave an area unless we completely held them off for several months, sometimes longer than a year, and we cannot hold them away from anything they truly want to take. They are relentless. That is not an inspiring speech, Master Seal, says a good-natured young one, flicking his tail. I'm pleased to see he is nearly untouched compared to the poor state of myself, the general, Pykh, and any of the elite soldiers. We have protected some young ones from the worst of it. No, I tell him fondly. It should be an extremely enlightening speech. We have never faced a battle that can be ended so swiftly. Their numbers are limited here, and this will be the deciding moment. Having seen Audiobook tending the wounded, I add, anyone who can hold a weapon and stand should be with us. Pykh shakes his head, having seen the direction of my eyes. They cannot. Everyone is here. Then where is Pykh? With Carter? We could use them here. I have not seen them, but they were alive and doing well, according to all that have. I nod, wondering where they could be. I scan the landscape behind me, but this is no time to face any direction but forward. The commanders are waiting for their flank to engage. Reinforcements are sent off to both sides, so I guess the young ones haven't perished yet. But regardless, it won't be long. I lost my young Pykh, Pykh says sadly. I am pained to hear it, friend. I do look back to let him see my sincerity. I take his hand and together hold our clasped claws over my heart. This is a ritualistic gesture to share grief with a fellow warrior. He knows you fought well for him. There is no time to cry, but badly we need it. All of us. Men! Shouts the general. Brace yourselves! The invaders begin their charge. On this day you will be the warriors Fleophaki sing about when they tell of the great battle that let our people raise their flattened crests with pride again. He continues yelling, strong and fierce even as the enemy closes on us. You are not going to kneel in the mud to our enemy today! You are not going to serve in their mines! I swing my sword, slicing through the rushing, hissing, flesh-tearing flood that crashes against our meagre wall. We will tear through them and reunite with our brothers in the battalion! He shouts bravely, inspiring others until the very moment they overtake us and he has to use his sword. It does not take long. Moments, in fact. Seconds. There are just too many of them, and with the commanders concentrating their numbers, they act together instead of spread out in packs as they normally would be. The flanks catch up to us as well. I get just a glimpse through the fighting of a young warrior, limping woundedly toward us, and those long-ranged guns aimed at his back. Even with my sword, holding out after the barricade is overtaken, I am leapt upon too many times and brought to the ground. I fight still, screaming, as do we all. Chapter 83. Carter. Boy, the commercials really oversell this. When you see the recruitment ads for Space Marines, they usually include this part. Crawling on your elbows and knees, your belly scraping the ground. They usually show it on a dusty alien planet or sandy beach somewhere, and then they have the CGI alien monster come out of the bushes for the sexily armor-clad, black-helmeted Space Marine to shoot at. In practice, most of your crawling is done on the spaceships and in extremely claustrophobic areas. You have to pass the tunnel crawl as well as train for panic-inducing encounters to graduate boot camp. Good thinking, but it still doesn't prepare someone to face this shit. The way to do it is to make someone jog a couple miles, scare them into a panic state, put someone they love in very real life-threatening danger, and then make them do the tunnel crawl. And it's a race, and there's no guarantee of your survival at the end. It's 50-50. Yeah, let's see him put that in the commercial. I'm so covered in mud, it's like I'm swimming through it. I'm panting so hard some of it gets into my open mouth. The reeds are prickly, scratching my skin, catching on my clothes, reminding me of what it felt like to have bug feelers and pincers all over me, but still I go on, and I don't waste time for an extra breath. When they get that drill up and going, it's all over for us. I don't care how much my muscles burn, or how disgusting it feels to have mud in my hair. I move fast, pulling at the bases of some reeds to drag myself through them, but I try not to disturb the landscape too much. Our maneuvering requires some stealth. It's frustrating not being able to pick up my head and see how far we have to go or what our enemy is doing. I crawl forward until I have no choice. We have to be close. And I get my feet under me, staying stooped over my knees. Pykh and the other warriors catch up. My lighter weight made this a little easier for me. During the first moment, seeing that queen again and without a small army of Fleophaki warriors around me, nothing but bare landscape between me and the bugs that outnumber us, I feel nothing but panic. Certain death, like my neck is stretched out under a guillotine. Then I drop my gaze, hang my head around my knees, and take several deep breaths. "Stay down," I tell the warriors. "We only got a couple minutes now. I'm gonna charge at them out front, make a distraction." One of them starts to speak, and I put up a hand. They won't shoot at me. They don't have guns, I think. I'm gonna run sideways, get their attention, and you're gonna keep crawling. I point, gasping, struggling to speak through my heavy breath. Up the middle. Get as close as you can. Pykh, this is important. Get as close as you can, and then get up and kill the red-topped she, as he calls them. The commander, as the other Fleophaki call them. Okay, go! I wish I had time to tell him how important it is that he keeps going, that he doesn't look out for me or try to protect me. I wish I could tell him not to argue because I could see him wanting to complain as I laid out the plan. But every chirp and chitter has my intestines tying themselves over and over again into knots. My quick sight of the queen was of her accepting a pair of keys from one of the ugly ones. Whatever is about to happen soon, and if that drill can carve through several feet of rock, 1/2 mile or so won't be too far for the laser to reach, the impact of which would be far worse than a gun. She's going to kill her own men with the Fleophaki, and I know she doesn't care. She won't hesitate. So neither can I. I feel like a skinny boy on twiggy legs running out in front of a tiger. Hey! How's it going? Yeah, I didn't prepare any cool action hero lines. I wave my arms and gesture wildly. They stare in what I assume is puzzlement. Yeah! Look at me! Look, I'm going this way! I run toward the ship. The on-ramp to the cargo bay looks empty at first. My diversion works. I hear a lot of clicking, and the Queen seems to indicate that one of the bug aliens should follow me. But then she's back to business. 4 hands playing with levers on the drill, and several bugs around her are trying to heft it off the ground. They essentially have a turret gun, ready to fire. And you know what they don't have in Space Marine recruiting commercials? At least not anymore, since the lightsaber era. Sword fighting. Because when you have laser-shooting pistols, who the heck needs sword fighting? The empty ramp leading onto the ship fills up with bug aliens, armed with rods, chains, and a few vent grates. It looks like they pulled whatever could be used as a weapon out of the ship. There are more than enough of them to kill me by hand, though. And when I whirl around, because obviously continuing in that direction is a bad idea, the bug sent to get me is a lot closer than I would have thought. He does the belly crawl too, except he has 6 legs and the mud is shallow here. The manner in which I curse and fumble for the small sword that was given to me is not sexy or heroic or even confident like it would be in a commercial. I go for the standing my ground pose like I've seen in the movies. Then I think, what the fuck am I doing? And I start running away. All out! Only a small shred of logic keeps me from flinging the sword away, too. Somewhere out there, running away from the ship and away from the Queen with the drill, I realize I failed my training. I failed myself. The whole point of this was to save Seal and the Fleophaki, who are putting their asses on the line for me right now. I run in a big circle, curving back around toward the Queen, well aware that this shortens the distance from my pursuing enemy. I see the Queen look off to the right and start gesturing madly at her companions. They sink onto their 6 legs to charge forward as Pykh and the 2 small warriors jump up to fight them. My heart sinks for their chances. And then what am I to do? I turn and bring my sword up. The giant bug runs straight at me on 6 legs, so close that already I am almost a snack. No time to plan, no time to think, but a memory of Seal flashes in my mind. Him jumping high, the bug rushing under his legs, and he brings the lightsaber down in the middle of the bug's back. There are several metal crates next to me. I turn and run the short distance, scrambling on top of them. Whatever's in them is heavy because the stack of 3 high doesn't wobble. My pursuer catches my feet. I kick and my foot goes right into his open mouth, jaws and teeth clamping down. With a scream and a cry, I stab the sword down at his face, scraping one of his eyes. He lets my foot go. I try to climb higher, but only to get away. I forget my plan for now, kicking and swinging at limbs and limbs and limbs. With 6 legs/hands, it's like 3 people are trying to grab at me at once. His pincers part wide and his mouth parts flail at me as he screams. And then I see my moment. I don't jump high so much as I dive forward, holding my sword in both hands and point it out from the center of my chest, using my body weight and gravity to drive the point through the center of his mouth and out the back of his skull. His mouth parts end up on my hands, quivering over the hilt, blood gushing out from there like he's puking it. Shit. Go, Carter, go. I don't feel my exhaustion anymore, or my fear. I'm alive, and that's about the only thing I'm aware of at the moment. Pykh and the warriors still need my help. Pykh is on the ground, 3 bugs on top of him, and the other 2 aren't doing very well with the Queen. She's lost a leg, but Affec has somehow lost his sword. He tries to grapple with her by hand, but she's fast and deadly, and the other warrior leaves him to try and help Pykh before he's lost. Carter, you better not have killed him. I swear I run faster toward her than I did running away in fear. Now the distraction tactics are working. She is not expecting a strike at her back from me. Her head, arms, and midsection are well armored, but her lower body isn't. She has a bulbous butt, like a spider. I aim low and drive up. Purple, jelly-like fluid spurts out of her. She's only a side mission, though. I wrench my sword free as I move past to help Pykh. He's back on his feet with the help of the warrior, slashing with teeth and claws, his crest bright red with their blood. I'm careful not to get too close as I run around and catch the enemy from the side. 2 standing and 1 on the ground. The 3 of us take them apart. And then there is the matter of the surviving queen. She's crawling away on 5 working legs, but she must be in a lot of pain. Her clicking chirps are high-pitched, almost young-sounding and pleadful. She drags her lower half, the heavy part of her body, through the mud and reeds. Affec leaps on the middle of her back first, clawing and tearing at her neck. Pykh, growling, runs after her on all 4s. The 3rd warrior follows, and I am last, being there to stab through her alive but separated head. Chapter 84. Carter. "Booyah!" I shout, high-fiving Affec, who only happens to have his hand raised slightly. My touch startles him greatly, causing him to backpedal, and then his eyes are fixed on the horrible sight before us. There's a downright swarm of bug aliens ready to flood over us from the open cargo bay doors of the mining ship. The round, short, clumsy, turtle-shelled bugs are trying to scramble back up the ramp, away from us. The more intelligent, upright-standing bugs, who actually pose a threat, are in the middle of the ramp, looking hesitant. But the queens are behind them, and they're angry, hissing, driving the entire force forward. Right now they are a confused mass. I don't think they expected to be seeing us. I'm like a man staring down a tidal wave as it climbs higher into the sky. "Pykh, help me lift this." He is looking in the opposite direction, where I hear more clashing steel, bugs screeching, and the electrical hum of lasers. I can see Seal clearly, the lightsaber brandished wildly like a torch. He's alive for now, but is he okay? Unfortunately, that's not a problem I get to feel anything about at the moment. "Pykh, hey, come on, help me lift this." Am I grinning? Yeah, ear to ear like a lunatic. Pykh is a little late to turn and help me, but Affec takes his place. The mining laser has great big handles on it like a big-ass chainsaw, wider than a human body or a Fliafaki. At least 200 pounds of metal, but I'm only guessing. It's for precision work. When the payload is in a particularly narrow crevice or delicate cranny, the big drill can't get into it without causing massive havoc or damaging the precious mineral underneath the rock. 2, 3, or 4 men would be needed to heft one of these, and they usually only do so to put it on a tripod. I'm missing the tripod feature. Like the bug aliens we just killed, we'll need to hold it up off the ground ourselves. "Hold it steady!" I shout, Affec on one side of me and Pykh just arriving on the other. The mining laser was barely hefted and tilting quite a bit before Pykh takes the handle with 2 hands and lifts it perfectly. Fortunately, the interface is marked with English and smaller UGL letters. 2 languages I know. Some of the levers are a mystery to me, but there's a blinking red toggle button labeled Emergency Stop. I pull up on that and the red blinking light turns off. And there's an ignition with the keys already inserted. Standby is in yellow and on is in green past that. I turn the key all the way to the right. The machine itself is silent, but the laser makes a pleasant whirring noise as the particles heat up and the magic happens. "Aim it at the—" My face is blasted in heat. A continuous stream of oozing, rock-melting light shoots out at the bugs crammed on the cargo bay ramp, their bodies bursting like popped balloons. The laser itself is like liquid magma shooting out of a very narrow fire hose, and blood jumping and bursting on the other end of it only adds to the effect. When I first got my hands on a real gun, I thought it was kind of like a cheap water pistol. Guns have a lot of settings programmed beforehand. Size and distance factor into the lethality of the weapon, and you can also control the rate of fire, the spread, etc. There are so many options, plus custom builds and whatnot. The 2 weapons technicians can never agree on the right settings for a job, and a master of the profession is like an artist, with a custom style and everything. I spent 6 weeks learning how to safely handle a weapon, studying about all the powerful destruction abilities a simple hand pistol can have with tweaked settings, only to get on the practice range and feel like I was shooting a plastic squirt gun. Not so with this baby. The laser slicing through the atmospheric particles creates a breeze that blows my hair back. Wavy lines of heat distort my vision wherever I aim the nozzle. A red-crowned queen stands inside the ship behind the throng of minions in front of her. Even at this distance, even with the heat distortion and the not-too-great lighting inside the cargo bay, I squint, focusing on her, and I swear I see her tremble. Her feeler antennae and ligaments stop swiveling about pointedly, hurriedly the way they always do. Everything, even her shoulders, just kind of hang limp, and her own kind mow her down in their rush to get back inside the ship. The whole squirmy, stickly mound of them go up in liquid flames. Magma. Their bodies burst and burn at the end of a jittery, powerful whip. Every small maneuver from me or the guys helping me creates a ripple through the laser, and it rides out like a lasso, massacring everything it touches. I control a more precise aim of the barrel with 2 levers, pulling to go left and right. A third, I discover, is up or down. A group of bugs appear from behind some crates, trying to flank us. There! I shout and point. Pykh and Affect change the direction, only taking 2 steps, and I control the rest. Whatever was in those crates blows upward in a puff of black smoke. Back to the ship! Some survivors are struggling, slipping through goo to climb the ramp. I won't allow it. Even the puny shell-shaped ones get liquefied. I laugh. At first I wonder, is this too cruel? Am I morally deranged for taking this much pleasure in their destruction? Then I remember Pink. Poor girl. And I remember Fitz, who definitely wouldn't have fit in one of those boxes. And I remember myself strapped between 2 poles, chains just loose enough for me to struggle, and the bugs laughing at me in their chittering speech when I did. Aim it toward the battle now! Be very careful! I turn the ignition to stand by. The laser tail end goes out and strikes the ship, which looks empty and drips in black and red goo. The ramp, bay doors and railing are scarred black, some of it glowing orange and smoking. We do some maneuvering to get pointed the correct way. Seal and the others can barely be seen. It just looks like a pile of giant ants cramming themselves onto claws, swords, and crest. So much so that the fighters can barely free their blades. They're nearly overrun by the sheer number of them. But that'll change soon. I use my controls to get the barrel pointed far off target. I'll start there and ease into the cluster. No way am I taking any chances. Here we go! Ready? Yes, says Pykh, solemn. Is he okay? I'll be sweet with him later. I do worry about him. About Seal. But right now I have bugs to fry. Hold it still. I'll do the aiming, okay? I turn the key. My giddiness is ebbing. So is my fear. We have a lot of killing to do before we win this fight. But I feel a sense of peace about it. Chapter 85. Seal. I am only aware of what's directly in front of me. I cannot make out any individual invader in the wall of snapping jaws and scrambling, prickly, stabbing legs. It is like the creatures grow out of the mud itself, and the beast cannot be killed. Every head sliced off becomes a new head. Every moment I cut down an enemy, it grows back. I continue to slash, futilely. For the moment I hesitate, I will be dead. The others may already be dead behind me. It is impossible to hear them through the invaders clacking their bone-like legs and their pincers both. It is nearly impossible for me to hear my own yelling and my own rageful crying over the constant shrieking hiss. There is a time in the struggle that an invader goes under my feet and I am carried away on its back for a short distance. That is my first clue that something is different about this fight. Nothing like that has ever happened before. Our crates are scattered or smashed to pieces, and I see the young, good-natured man fighting next to me, bleeding and looking 10 times worse. But alive. How is he alive? And then Auk is crawling toward me. Dead, I think. since he cannot fight off the one who is next to him. My heart quiets in shock. I have seen many Pykh killed by the invaders, and it is always a gruesome end. The middle of his back is stepped on, and he yells in agony, pressed into the mud with the other bodies. He is gone. Except he isn't. The invader moves on. All the invaders move on, leaving my court brother still alive, struggling toward me. I am already fighting toward him. In the stream, invaders I move around or through do not divert their path to attack me. They run straight. All of them, I realize as I continue to slash and fight, are running straight out, without focus. But I cannot see beyond the rush in front of us, all around us. We are no longer separate from the mud or the bodies. We are made of it, shelled and rooted in muck and blood. I barely see my friend's form as I pull him out of it and then try to defend us both. Why is he alive? He cannot fight and only falls again at my feet. I start to see others. The general has his head and shoulders above the horde. I glimpse a few warriors as well, fighting together. Auk pulls on my belt, trying to climb to a standing position again, trying to fight. He growls harshly at himself, though there's no way he can walk on that damaged leg. I brace myself with the blade out in front like a shield, holding steady for him and waiting to defend us both. No direct attack comes. In fact, sparing a quick look backward, I see the invaders rush past Ovielk and the injured also. This does not make sense. They run all the way past the cages on the outer perimeter, and all the way past the corpses, and all the way until they are stuck and struggling in the mud, far, far beyond where we are helpless and tired. The others are realizing it too. Our fighting comes to a gradual stop, and we huddle, watching the enemy rush past us. Even the injured are spared, though they are at risk of being trampled. Picking up my friend, Auk and I hobble slowly together to protect a young one who has fallen. Auk joins him to wait on the ground, and the invaders begin to divert around us, not wanting to run into my blade. We have won, I say aloud, though no one can hear me over the battle sounds. Somehow, we have won. More and more fighting warriors are appearing, some of them just hanging on to an intact crate, like stranded pups who can't swim. And our losses are not that great. This is true. While the battle has been terrible, more than half of us are still here. Only a few more are missing from the time when the final charge began. We should have lost a lot more. There is a strange hum in the air, like my lightsword, but loud enough to be heard over the clacking and everything else. The charge thins out, becoming a running pack of beasts rather than a writhing, indomitable river. I try to see over the top of it to the commanders in the ship, but I see only a blazing light of red. And then the invaders, furthest from us, only shapes but getting closer, have the tops cut from them. Their bodies explode into pieces and shoot out from where that light progresses towards us. It is difficult to see where it's coming from. I must squint and stare through the flashing glare, but there, on the end closest to the ship, is the crest of a Pykh. And even from here I can tell it's Pyke's. He stands above whoever is next to him. If Pykh is alive, then Carter is alive as well. This is the truest thing I know, and my body redoubles its strength. Stay here, friends, I say loudly to my two injured comrades. Your contribution is done. And then shouting to my fellow warriors still standing, I raise my weapon and say, the fight is not over! Pykh! Continue fighting! Continue killing! Do not let the enemy regroup and strike at our backs! I set an example, clearing a path. Hopefully Auk and the injured one can protect each other, or they can take shelter among the remaining crates. But our fight is not done. Rebuild the barricade! Hold the line! Then we can kill the rest who have made it across! For now, The invaders' terror has made them forget that they hold the small guns. They are acting in panic. We shall be quick to take advantage of that. But the battle is not done. Chapter 86. Pykh. I hold the large gun, a magnificent weapon, for as long as I can. My body hurts. My arms are bleeding, but I understand that holding the gun is part of my service, and I have never seen so many masters die. It is terrible. It is beautiful. My Omega is amazing, though I am very scared and hurt. He will not know, because I will always do as he asks, and I do not want to tell him. I want him to look up to me, to want me to protect him always. But I am grateful when the time comes to drop the enormous heavy gun. That's all for now, my Omega says, turning a metal switch and removing the small piece from the machine. We can't kill any more without friendly fire. You too? He waves his hands at the young warriors, like he is waving a tail. Go help Seal and the rest. It should just be cleanup now. The masters continue to attack, but half are running and the rest aren't grouped together very well. He is right. We've won. Finally. I hold my arm where it bleeds badly. Whoa, Pykh, let me look at that. His little fingers pry up on mine, and I let him see, though my hand hovers close. I need to keep my flesh together, or it will not heal. Wow, straight to the bone. He presses his hand over mine. He looks at me with sad eyes, though I know overall he is happy we are still alive. I know. I feel it too. I will live. It is thanks to you. And this land will not have masters in it. It is only a patch of mud, but I heard everything Carter told Ovielk. We will drive the masters out of the jungles too, and out of the caves, and we will find more slaves and set them free. I did not believe those words as much as I do now. Only time is needed. Then it will happen. All right, big guy, you gotta stay with me. His hand touches my cheek, and I open my eyes again. He's right, I'm drifting. You're about to hit a post-adrenaline crash, and then you're going to be in a lot of pain. We need to make the most of it now and move, okay? We need to keep fighting. Fighting? I say, wishing it wasn't so. But I accept the sword he offers me anyway. I steady my balance. I have to stay strong for him. Just a little bit. He says, patting me carefully on the hip where I am not hurt. We need to clear out the ship. He gestures to the landed building. You can come with me, right, big guy? You can stay standing. I nod, but he says, otherwise I have to come back for you. There's stuff to patch you up on that ship. Quieter, muttered off to the side. I hope. Ship, I say with a nod. This is the most I've been hurt, but this is not the most sick I've been, or the most pain I've suffered. That does not make this pain any easier, and I'm very tired. Let's fight. I grip my sword with my injured arm. Thank God, as Carter says sometimes, I did not carry my battle axe all the way here with me. It would have been too heavy. That's the spirit, beautiful, he says, and kisses my cheek quickly. Now this might be scary, okay? But you don't have to worry. I'm going to move ahead. I'll use hand signals like this. He holds up his hand and bends his fingers twice, all at once. That means come. Follow. He shows me his palm. That means stop. Wait. I understand. I've seen him use those before and had already guessed what they meant. Good. So right now is follow, and be careful, all right? Grab the railing here. Pykh, hold on. Blood is slippery. He is right. And it is not only blood we step through, but shell pieces, master's arms, and parts I cannot name. My masters seemed so powerful once. Now even those who lived inside the flying ship are ruined and splattered everywhere by my powerful Omega. I duck my head under the door where a sloppy, dribble-like red soup is dripping from above, and then we are inside. It smells like fire, kind of. Fire, scat, and raw meat. And cages. I think the ship's walls are the same stone as the cages I am from. Grey and cool to the touch. Stay! I guess he wanted to remind me what the hand gesture means. I stop in place and wait, obediently looking all around. There are railings, as the Omega calls them. Sturdy, thin metal poles bent into squares. There are ramps. There are lights overhead, and there are buttons and screens against the wall. Mostly it's an open area, and the remains of my masters make a lumpy pool in the centre. I can see my reflection in it. I hear a loud squawk and shuffling. My Omega looks behind some boxes, and one of the little shelled masters runs out, wobbling, bawling for the red-topped sheaths. My Omega is quick. He darts after them with his sword, knocks the small master over, and brings his blade down in the middle of his stomach. He could not roll over again once he is on his back, I say calmly, still waiting. Not without help. Better not to take any chances. I agree, nodding, as my Omega holds its head by its two feelers and wedges the sword into its mouth. He pulls it out when it stops screaming and goes limp. Then he walks ahead. One of the walls opens. It was a door. Okay, follow. He makes the hand signal. We have to be quiet now. No questions, okay? We have to clear the decks. I nod and obey his command, my eyes drifting closed. There are lights here, but I am having a hard time seeing properly. There is a long time where I just wait. Move, then wait again. Move, then wait. And then I realize I can't remember how many doors I've been through and how further and further I've travelled into the ship. This frightens me enough to wake up, for I will be lost if I can't find Carter, and he has gone into a room by himself. I have been drifting so much I have not paid attention to whether or not he's safe. Carter! I start to move. The room is long and strange, stretching into darkness on both ends. He appears, sword pointed at me. What is it? He looks around frantically. I wrap my tail around his ankle. Do not leave me, please. All right, big guy. We're done for now anyways. I've cleared the mess hall and the flight deck. We'll save the equipment bays for later with a team. I've locked in whoever's in there anyways, so there's no getting out for now. He puts an arm around my waist. Let's go. We move together down the long room, decorated in small lights. What is this stuff? It's covering the walls and everything. He refers to the black sludge, which is smeared everywhere. Scat from the masters. They have been here a long time without slaves to clean the floor. Ugh. Yuck. I had to scrape it off the controls. He wipes his free hand on his knee, which is covered in mud anyway. All right. Quick detour, I think. This isn't easy, big guy, but I have to ask you to stay standing a bit more for me, all right? All right. We step into a room, very small like a cage and brightly lit. The air is clean. I would not mind being kept here if I was a slave again. Mid-bay, sunscreen, and showers. He pushes small buttons. My stomach rolls inside me and I grab the railing, pressing my weight against the wall. I hear wind, though we are far inside. We are moving. Shh, shh. I had growled in pain and surprise. Don't worry, love. The Omega holds on to me. I'm gonna fix you up. Chapter 87. Pykh. Carter places me inside a glass box, which is found in a tiny room with a block-shaped bed, and then in the smaller room off to the side that is called the bathroom. Seal calls this the scat room, or the scat pit. I have never heard of a bathing faucet being placed beside one, but that's exactly where it is. A bathing faucet inside a tiny glass cage, which is inside the scat pit, which is part of the bedroom. You are like a tunneling creature, I murmur, understanding. I lay on the floor, and Carter unbuckles my straps, removing my armor and the rest of my clothes. I keep my hand on my arm and hold tight. Yeah? What makes you say that? He pulls me away from the wall to lift my clothing out of my crest. All your little boxes are connected and inside each other. Huh. I guess so. A spaceship is like a big hive or a cocoon or something. He turns the faucet on and tests the water with his hand. Should I stand? No, big guy, you rest there. I got this. I watch my Omega work so I won't fall asleep. He is always a busy little thing. He has brought several items and a red bag. First he wets a white washcloth under the spray. He spreads some goop on top, and then he kneels beside me, lifting up my hand. I wish I could take you to see the space station. It's a place 10 times bigger than this, 50 times. There's a forest inside a large glass dome, like a window, but curve-shaped. And when you walk through, even though it's daytime and you can see everything, the sky is always night, because space is dark and you can see the stars. The goop is cold, and it tingles. Carter dabs my hurt arm carefully. And there are so many stars, more than we can see on our planet because the atmosphere hides them. It is a jungle in the sky, I say, putting his words together, picturing a forest inside a glass ball, floating. Yes, that should be impossible. But for my Omega, I won't ask more questions. I am not going there anyway, I murmur, speaking my thoughts. Carter looks me in the eyes, troubled, then says, Almost there. I have to wash the wound now. We just did. That was to remove the dirt. Now I'm gonna disinfect it. He pours clear water from a bottle onto the cut. It hurts. Slightly. It doesn't smell like water, and it has a mild burning sensation. He uses a lot of it, and he pours it on my smaller wounds, too. Save some for Seal. Don't worry, we got tons of supplies. The bugs didn't tear apart the mid-bay. In fact, they hardly touched it at all. He smiles about that. Okay, now comes the weird part. This, he holds up a tube, is glue for your skin. Once this goes on, you can't get it wet. If you bathe, you have to do so carefully. In fact, I'm going to bathe you from now on. Don't do it yourself. A bluish, sparkly goop comes out of the tube through the nozzle. He spreads it across his fingers and instructs me to lift my hand again. Blood gushes down my newly cleaned skin, and he covers the gash with the glue. It feels like, well, kind of fleshy. Like rubber! But you don't know what that is, do you? I shake my head. Just don't pick at it. He holds my skin close together with his thumbs, trying not to touch the glue on top. It has medicinal properties that'll keep you from getting infected, and it'll help you heal faster. We Space Marines call this sunscreen, because we go through it all the damn time and practically have to wear it from head to toe. We wait. Carter blows on the glue, and sometimes he taps it with his finger to test if it's dry or not. I can't feel this anymore, I say, tapping too, but around the edges of the glue because I know he doesn't want me touching it. Yeah, it'll numb the pain for you. That goes away after a day or two. He spreads the glue to my other areas, cuts on my sides and thigh, a torn flesh chunk where a master bit into my neck and shoulder. He even washes and disinfects the smaller ones, like a cut I got on my ankle. I think I had that before the battle, and I make a small laugh. That one does not need healing. He rubs my knee where he applies another dot of glue. I want you to be as good as new. Oh, I have never been new. I am always healing from something. A rattling makes me open my eyes again. This time Carter is turning a yellow container upside down, which must have several pieces inside. This is the Pykh dispenser. I have no idea why they call it that. When I first heard it, I thought they said the piss dispenser. Huh, I guess it used to be a candy. Anyway, here you go. He puts a tiny white seed to my lips. Swallow, don't chew. Okay. I do as he asks. I cannot even feel the little speck slide down my throat, but it is gone. Take 4 more. I need you on your feet. I can't carry you. The specks spill into his hand. Obediently, I swallow them all. That should do it, big guy. You'll feel better soon, but don't move around too much. You're still weak. Your body just got an extra kick of adrenaline to help you function. I nod, though I don't feel different. I want to sleep. I'm gonna clean up, and then we're going to the mid-bay. I want you to sit outside and dry off, okay? Don't worry, I'll be right here. I'll leave the door open. Chapter 88. Carter. I wipe dust off the beige leather seat. It's the kind of chair you pretty much only see in a med bay. Completely flat cushions, kind of shapeless but wider in the middle and skinny at the top, and the cushioning extends all the way down to your feet. That way the chair stiffens up into a table. It's almost too innocent. While the cupboards are open everywhere else, the supplies trashed, and tracks of excrement as thick as a dirt road coat the hallways. The med bay? She's untouched. I decide it's a she as I hop in the chair. Nervous as hell. Remember what I said, Pykh. Just sit there and it's all gonna be all right. I promise. It is now, because your boyfriend Carter is crafty as hell. Detecting my weight and height, the chair moves on its own, tipping back, bringing in the armrests, and a cuff secures over my left wrist. Another goes higher up on my arm. Small blinking blue lights on each tell me that they're getting the preliminary diagnostics. The prick of a tiny needle under my wrist used to make me jump, but now I expect it. The mechanical whir of all this going on is like a great yawn from a system that has been sleeping for a while now. I'm nervous, and I'm not sure how much spatial awareness the machine has at the moment. The room is in rough shape, and I didn't wipe off the sensors in the ceiling, so I grab the user interface visor and pull it to me manually. The magnet aligns with a little metal chip in my head, implanted in my temple. There's a few different surgeries and augmentations you get as a Marine, and generally you get more as you go up in rank. This one is the bread and butter of all space travelers, aligning visors, helmets, and other UI equipment. It can also be used to hide a storage drive if you're an undercover reporter. The hollow screen UI is black at first, and my eyes stare into the void. Scanning. Hoping. And then plain white letters appear in the middle of the screen. English. Starting. Whew. I can breathe again. The letters dim and brighten. Starting. I compose a list of all 2,000 things that could prevent the machine from starting and figure out that I could fix maybe 5 of them. But it's my lucky day. Colors appear in the hollow screen, company logos doing their 2-second animations with inspiring slogans such as "Excellence is our mission" and "People you trust." The machine I can count on, I mentally add, and my heart rate must lower significantly as the main menu loads. A 3D human body appearing to the right of the text with several organs and areas highlighted. "Welcome, Carter," says a friendly robotic AI voice. Pykh growls, looking at the ceiling. "It's okay, big guy." The words feel thick and clumsy on my tongue, my brain bot being a little confused about which language I want to use. "You're gonna see and hear a lot of stuff. Just be patient. We'll be out of here in no time." A helpful tip appears in the UI, which the AI reads to me. "You can say, 'My stomach hurts. This is an emergency. I'm in pain,' or 'Help me.'" No, close that. Boy, does English feel funny. The words are short and squawking. The sounds don't go together. It'll only take about 10 minutes or so to get used to speaking my own language again, but that initial transition period is always a funny experience. I can feel the buzzing in the front of my head from the brain bot doing its work, rerouting my tongue to the language centers in my brain. I feel a headache coming on, and ibuprofen is a treatment suggestion as I figure out how to close the menu and bring up the search box. Highlight that. No, close that. Search function. Bring up the index. There we go. No, bring it back. The system uses a combination of eye gestures and voice commands. The medbay is running different app software than the one the military uses, so commands are similar but not the same. Search for adaptive surgery. No matches. Elective adaptations? In the military, there would be a lot. The old options are still here. Various lung adaptations to breathe different kinds of gas, sight adaptations for low lighting, speech adaptations for those species who make particularly tricky sounds. But most of the menu is grayed out. The equipment either offline or missing. I don't find what I'm looking for. Search for breeding, crossbreeding, compatibility? Okay, search for fertility. That brings up a lot of stuff for women. Search for omega. That was my English interpretation of omega, which in Fleophiki sounds like a sexy purr with a couple of syllables thrown in. It's practically pronounced from the chest. The system returns, no matches. It was worth a shot. Show me all permanent surgeries. Exclude amputations. Cool. It's all right, Pykh. The pressure in my head builds as I switch to Fleophiki, and then back to English again. Refine search results by keyword. Uterus. Nothing. Fuck! All this trouble, and this is not my day. I pound the armrest with my fist. It should be here. Undo that. Refine again. Refine search results. By keyword. I rack my brain. I'll read the whole damn index if I have to. Stem cells. Gender, male. There it is. Under a broad category labeled procreation. Procreation? Why didn't I think of that? Every government mining ship is required to have a medbay capable of performing the most common non-military related adaptations. This, of course, is to improve the survival rate of those mining ships that don't come back. It's impossible to tell if the medbay surgeries actually help, but it's important to give the crew a fighting chance. Lucky for me, lucky us, I should say. Surgeries for reproductive organs are far more common than trying to breathe hydrogen gas or even to see in low light. Such surgeries are permanent, while a biosuit or a helmet with night vision is far handier to have around. So, there it is. The real reason I'm here. Also, Avi Elk and other scientists can go to town on harvesting this baby, which I will help them do. But my facing the bugs again wasn't entirely selfless. I may not be the best superhero, but I fucking kick ass. I didn't understand that, says the AI. Pykh says something. It sounds like nothing to me, but a few moments afterward, I realize he said, I am not understanding. I force my tongue to speak Fleophiki again, and it's slower, like I'm sounding the words out. Almost there, big guy. Nothing to worry about. You're doing good. I'm good, I say to myself in English, beaming. Thank you, bugs, for landing this baby right on top of me. I'm extremely aware of my interaction with the UI. The position of my iris is the slightest flicker of my gaze as I scroll past the total sex change operation and find male-compatible adaptations instead. I'm giddy. Ooh, eggs. That'd be kinda cool. It'd sure beat regular preggers like I'm about to do. I drift as I scan. But I don't think I want to sit on eggs all day, do you? Of course Pykh doesn't answer. I'm just talking to myself in English, like the old days. Nor do I want to mix sperm in a warm vat or pool. Nor do I need whatever that is. Jesus! A penis extension by a mile? Yeah! Call me little then, why don't you? A few seconds pass. Found it. Sweet. I say in an official tone. Bring up uterus extension from the colon cavity. Ooh, that does not sound sexy. But the accompanying picture actually looks pretty simple. Like rerouting my grandpa's super old internet. Get yourself a cable T-splitter and done. This is a permanent surgery, says the AI, and a liability disclaimer box shows up with a font size of 3 and a scroll bar so thin the horizontal indicator is a hair. And since I'm using the portion of my eyes without the option of touch command, I have to spend a lot of time looking down, then up, down, then up, down. This is a workout for my eye sockets. I hear something clink from Pyke's corner. Hang in there, love, I utter in my best English Fleafaki. His answer is just sounds to me. I don't focus to understand, not at the moment. I'll explain as best I can once I get through this. We're having kids. Someday, when I'm fully compatible. We're gonna have 5 crawling rugrats and a white picket fence soon. The Fleafaki are gonna get a jump start to the space age, and I bet with better weapons and a few more wins, they'll advance just like the humans did, taking apart alien tech, reassembling it, understanding it, and redesigning machines for their own race. That's why a lot of the advanced races are just like one another in their guns, their medbays, their long-distance ships, and all kinds of things. We're all just piggybacking off one another. We forgot who was first. Or everyone is first at something and second at something else. Please say one of the following statements for the record. My options are, I decline, or I have fully read the agreement to this surgery. I understand all the clauses in this agreement, and if I do not understand, I know that all definitions and simple summaries are available with the phrase, help me understand. Oof. Corporations really don't like to be sued over this stuff. I consent to this operation. Your response has been recorded. My chair leans way back, the leg portion lifting up. It's okay, Pykh. Stay there. I'm almost done now. A cute cartoon plays on the hollow screen. A happy, pudgy human character lies in the chair like I do, and a totally not scary machine arm drops down from the ceiling. First, says the cartoon narrator, we administer anesthesia. The machine arm inserts a small needle into the cartoon character's stomach, and he closes his eyes, blissful like he's dreaming. Then we administer the stem cells. The machine hand grows into 3 larger-looking needles, all aimed at his abdomen. I focus hard, my brain pounding so I can speak Fleafaki. I want you to close your eyes, Pykh. Don't open them no matter what you hear. That's an order. He whines, which sounds like a growl to my human ears. I don't like this. You are my guardian. Be perfect for me. Just this one time. I will. But he doesn't sound happy about it. This operation should only take about 10 minutes, says the cheerful narrator, and the cartoon closes out. Okay, here we go. I'm trying really hard not to think about my stomach, and my fingers are picking at the armrests. But I'm excited. I hear the whir of the machine arm over me, and I close my eyes. Then, there's a ding. All dings should sound the same, but there's a certain bad tone to an error ding versus a transaction complete sort of ding. I open my eyes to a red box with white letters. Cannot find stem cell unit. Along with a service code. No. The only available button is an X. What can I do? The AI doesn't respond. Help me understand.
There are no stem cell capsules available. The surgery cannot proceed. Additional stem cell capsules are available from the service number, accessible from the admin portal.
What? No!
Main menu.
Go back!
There are no stem cell capsules available. The surgery cannot proceed. Additional...
How is that possible?
Main menu. You can say,
Help me! Fuck! Chapter 89. Pykh. Don't touch me! I growl, in terrible pain but determined to show that I can defend myself. There is nowhere else to take you, says Eothuth, stooping to pick me up, and he does not even slow down until I rake my claws in the air. I have another small knife in my strap somewhere, but my other arm hurts and my fumbling fingers can't find it. I cough, and each breath causes a stabbing pain inside me. Come now, Pykh. Even the little ones are braver than you. I'm not going in that thing, I say, gesturing at the ship with my tail. Leave me here. I'll probably die any... With a great sigh, the General burrows his arms under me. I growl and whack him, but my tail only smacks against an armored part of his leg, and then I am up in the air, cradled against him, as so many pups have been already, and the only method I have to defend myself is to claw him with my good arm. My crest has so much mud in it, trying to lift it against his arms only hurts myself. I do not want to go in the cargo bay of that ship. I understand it represents a technological advancement beyond my meager comprehension, but it is also evil and dangerous. It is where the invaders come from. I go to rake Eothuth across the cheek for mistreating me like this. I am an adult, and an elder, and a warrior. A small scratch to remind him would be just the thing he needs. But when my claws touch his face, already nicked from battle and sad from loss, I can't bear to leave another mark on it. He looks at me just as I make the decision, and I know he wouldn't have stopped me if I wanted to follow through. I also know he would not have put me down. He's too strong. If you carry me into that thing, I will die, I say. I will become a slave or I will die horribly, one of the two. Pykh, you may die whether I set you down in the ship or not. Yes, he is tired, and I am being difficult. But the invader thing looms, unnatural into the sky. The inside of it is shadowy, and I don't like the banging sound of Eothuth's shoes on the ramp. No Fleophaki has ever been inside a ship before. None who lived to tell of it, anyway. I huff and hold tighter to him. Apparently, when he is angry and tired, he sounds more like myself. Inside there are many warriors, sitting on the hard stone. Even warriors with non-lethal wounds were asked to sit here and wait for treatment. It was Avielk's idea to use the ship as a cave, and now we are being tended to by one of his mates, who has some kind of medical training, and an elite guardian with the same. I wince as my hurt body makes contact with the grated floor. Eothuth lowers and purrs for me, laying me down gently, but I'm in too much pain for anything to be gentle. My legs lay long and useless in front of me. I will need a brace on the right knee. That one is just an old injury acting up again. There you are, looking like a drowned animal who's been hit over the head with a club a few times. He smiles and licks my nose. I wish he wouldn't. I'm too tired for teasing. Find my Pykh for me, I ask him. You were the last one alive, my stubborn scout. I can look for the bodies now. and I will tell you when I find him. What are you doing with the bodies? You're not burning them here, are you? They will spoil quickly, and they are in bad shape. We will probably burn them in the morning and send their fathers the bones. I want to see him first. I am crying again. I cannot stop it, though the tears are silent and without sobs. I am tired, and I should be falling asleep already, as old as I am. But I'm too sad to be unconscious yet. You will. He purrs and lowers his face over mine, sweet tea breath falling over my mouth. The sensation of it, the warmth and the familiarity, eases my physical and emotional pain. No, I say, deciding it's not enough to see him when he's been cleaned and his body set on a pyre. I want you to bring him to me now, so I can say goodbye. He looks at the others. Now is the time to focus on life and healing. I want to say goodbye, and I want to do it now. Today. Why? Because he left me today, I growl, furious but keeping quiet. So I want to say goodbye today. Is that such a problem? Bring him to me so I can say goodbye. That is not the truth. I want to lie beside the little one again. I want to pet his sweet face and whisper all the sweet things I don't usually say. And I would tell him that I will share him with the general and 100 different men so long as he makes a small space in his heart for when I am around. I will see what I can do, the general says. And then a familiar voice calls across the open space, booming off the walls. Come and see what I found! A faucet with clean water, hot and cold! Footsteps clash loudly against the floor, and then my little mate appears from around a corner. The elite healer rushes to him. Quiet, warrior, not so loud. Small sounds are amplified in here. Oh, yes, but there's... I will check it out. Pykh! I am coughing again. It hurts so much, but now I am smiling. I will get him. Eothus growls, and he does not sound overjoyed. He crosses the room and grabs Pykh like a pup in need of discipline. Where have you been? Where were you in the battle? I hear him growl across the room, though he isn't trying to be loud. The pup only looks bewildered, and he is not hurt. Not at all. I was fighting, of course, in a cage, and then Carter found me, and then I helped him with the mining laser, which destroyed all the invaders. And after the battle? He forces the young pup to his knees in front of me. Pykh's expression changes to sorrowful. Oh, Pykh. His hands hover like he's afraid to touch. I fix that for him, pulling the disastrous Pykh to me, breathing his smell, feeling that he's alive. Disgusting or not, I force his head under my chin. He will be marked by dirt and my smell both. I love you, Pykh, but my hair... He groans in a whisper. Well? Eothus' foot lightly kicks him, right in the rump as he is bent over me. He looks back over his shoulder and I purr, chuckling, licking his neck. This will be a fun position for us later, the general standing over us both. In future days, after we heal. I was looking for Carter. He disappeared into the ship with Pykh. There are some hallways here and some doors. Some of them open up for me. I figured it out. It's the biggest button with a green circle shape. Eothus' anger is replaced by worry again. He has been missing for a long time. Seal does not worry. I remind him and gesture for him to sit next to me once more. There is work to be done, more little ones to tend to, and dead bodies to gather. But for a moment we will be grateful to be whole. What could he be doing inside the ship? Earthworth asks, joining tales with us. He lets me nuzzle his neck, and even I wonder what I'm doing. It is my emotions, I suppose. I feel fragile. I want to just listen to him purr and let him fuss over me. I'm a mewling infant. He could be killing more invaders for us, says Afek with a shrug, holding me. He may need us for that. Afek shakes his head, then purrs and nuzzles me. It is strange, but in this moment he does not seem so young anymore. I'm noticing now how refined his body is. He has grown more muscular since we met on the Mud's training grounds. He has a few more years of youthfulness to spend, but he is already growing into an older man. He answers Earthworth. He is better at killing invaders than any of us. Did you see him? He took an entire battle for himself. He slayed hundreds. If anything, we are safer now with him than we've ever been. Chapter 90. Seal. Whew! Did you ever think you'd get tired of killing so many invaders? Says a young warrior, turning his blade in the back of one trying to flee. What's left of the invader army is strewn about like marooned roughs. Or, a prettier picture, they are like the weak, struggling beasts I used to slay for their dinner every day. For years. At first, finishing what's left of the invaders was as fraught as all the fighting that came before. Now they are helpless, trying to paddle and pull their way to safety somewhere. Anywhere. The young ones are eager for a break, but I do not let them stop. Do not set your weapon down while your enemy still has a gun, I told them. And here we are, with sodden heavy shoes that do not keep our feet out of the mud anymore. We must trudge, sometimes halfway up to our knees, to get the ones that are farther out. It is a hot, smelly, exhausting chore that celebrates our victory. I doubt they will include it in the songs. Hey, Seal! Look there! The young one points to a pack of 4 invaders struggling together. Only now it has become 3 marooned warriors with a feeble commander straddling their backs. Several of its limbs are bent, one hanging by a single tendon and bleeding badly. It must have tried to run past one of the warriors who equally tried to see that it didn't. I say, he must be ordering them to carry him all the way into the jungle, to safety. The warrior laughs. The commander wants a carriage? Then he asks me, looking shy. Can I do it? It'd be a good kill, to tell the others. Of course. You don't have to ask. I gesture with my tail that he is obliged and look for my next kill. But could you come with me? His voice is quiet, his expression sheepish. Just to make sure. I've never killed a commander before. Looking downward with shame, he changes his mind. Never mind. I'll go do it. No, warrior. We should work in pairs. If a commander is there, its guards are likely to have guns as well. It'll be best I come. Thank you. He is relieved. We trudge together through the muck, crossing the distance slowly but unendingly steadfast, and the commander begins to wail and shriek in the distance, beating its guardians with whatever working limbs it has, because while we are moving, it is not. It even tries to step off their backs and run for itself, but a single step reveals that the mud is very deep there. The commander will not make it far off the backs of its guardians. Wait! We hear in the distance, and I turn my head. Don't kill it! Wait! Ovielk is running towards us, waving his arms and his tail too, trying to get our attention. I need it! For One of the bodies in front of him comes alive, picking itself up and snapping its pincers. It must have been lying there pretending to be dead, waiting for the right moment. The warrior and I try to get to him immediately, but that is far from possible. It turns out not to be necessary. Ovielk leaps over the invader, drawing his weapon mid-air, and beheads him by the time he is on the ground. Then he continues running toward us as if it didn't happen. The warrior and I share a look of surprise and befuddlement. As he comes close, I see that Ovielk has small injuries all over his body, and most of his clothing is torn. He was not spared entirely from the fighting. "I'm grateful you heard me." He bends over his knees with exhaustion from the run. "I need that one," he says with heavy breaths. "It will be the first Omega invader ever caught." The warrior silently offers water from one of his bags. "Oh, good. We need as much of this as we can get." Instead of drinking it, he attaches it to one of his buckles. "Nothing can be bandaged until it's washed. Now then, the Omega. Bring it to one of the cages and lock it in. Alive. That's very important." "How?" I catch myself. He is not Carter. Bowing my head, I say, "Your will is done, Omega." And the young warrior repeats the same. "Good." Ovielk nods. "Very good." He looks at the land, and then at me. "Seal?" I notice that his hands are balled into fists, and then he rushes 3 long steps forward and crashes into me, his arms closing around my waist. I cry out in pain and surprise. "I'm sorry." His arms loosen some. I hold very, very still. I might as well be stone, or another corpse, only standing upright. He cuddles against my chest, and then he disappears. "Sorry. I had to do that. Just once. It's an older... never mind." I understand, though I had forgotten it long ago. When I would visit Ruar at the Capitol building, I always saw Ovielk, peeking through doors, shyly poking around corners. "Your will is done," I repeat, because I don't know what else to say. But I am a guardian already, so I add awkwardly, "Then I must look after Carter." Of course. And see me when you're done." He points to a gash on my chest. Even the Omega is covered in blood, though his is mostly come from the injured ones he is tending. I bow once to indicate that I accept his order. Then I start trudging. Once we are alone and cannot be heard by Ovielk, the warrior says, "How are we supposed to bring it alive?" I adjust the grip on my steel sword, which I will have to use carefully. We break every leg and drag the beast. Chapter 91. Pykh. "Omega, will you tell me what happened?" I carry the large red shoulder bag and several clear boxes full of odd things. Carter carries some as well, and I have been following him through the tunnels to somewhere. My Omega is not well. His eyes are puffy and red. Sometimes he smiles at me, but then he looks away quickly and rubs at his eyes like he's crying again. I don't understand what happened. "You don't have to worry about it, Pykh. It's over now. And it's not a big deal. I was just checking something." He rubs his eyes again and sniffs. He keeps doing that. "Alien parasites. That's all it was. I thought I might have one, and I didn't have one, so it's all good. Yep, all good." He gulps. I am unhappy. I know he's lying to me, hiding something, perhaps because I'm stupid. But I think I could figure it out if only my body didn't feel so drifting and swaying and light or heavy both, constantly changing. Even when I stand still, I lean too far forward or back. My eyes can focus and then I think clearer than before, but I don't feel right. And I don't understand where I am or why he made me close my eyes. I heard things moving. I know it was the ship. It's alive, whatever it is, and we are crawling around in its insides. I begin to notice blood on the floor. I see a place with a ladder and a yellow sign with symbols that I recognize. We have come this way before. And sure enough, we get inside the moving cage again. It is pretty and bright, with a box of buttons that lights up when Carter speaks to it. My rump bumps into the wall as we start moving. It is the only way I stay standing up. Are you sick again? His nose would get full and drip like this when he was sick before. Is that why you need to talk to the ship? Did it make you feel better? Or was it the cause of his sickness in the first place? He was not like this before. I am afraid of the ship, but trying to hide it. I do not understand it, so that is why it's scary, but I do not want to annoy the Omega with my fears. I will be so glad to be out of it again. Omega? He is standing in a corner, not looking at me. Are you sick? Is that what's happening? No, Pykh. He rubs his nose and sniffs again. He looks so sad and unwell, but I don't know how to make him share with me. I feel unwell myself. He comes to me and pets my arm while I have to hold all of his boxes in both hands. They are quite a lot. I'm going to be better tomorrow, all right? Seeing all of this was just hard on me, okay? You know, it's my people's ship, and whatever happened to the folks who lived here must have been terrible. I keep thinking about them and my dream, okay? Okay, Omega. He is probably lying to me, but I can't tell for sure. Right now I am better off focusing on staying upright. It is difficult with this cage flying around. I don't understand how it moves through the tunnels on its own, but I can feel it happening. I wonder where it is taking us. I want my little Omega to keep talking to me. Maybe he will accidentally tell me why he's sad. So I say, "Your little clothes look funny on you." With my claws I tug on the material. You have no back cloth or groin cloth. It is like you are wearing sleeves for your legs. What? He looks at his backside. It seems to work. After a moment he gives me a weak smile. Fleafaki have pants too. Yes, but you forgot your front cloth. You always wear the front cloth, Seal told me. And look at your funny shirt. All the pieces are sewn together. How did you even put it on? You saw me put it on. He knows I am teasing him, but in his tired voice he's trying to be silly for me too. The cage makes its "I have arrived" sound and opens its doors for us as Carter says, "I can slip things on easily since I don't have a spiky back like you. Straps are better. You can replace things." I step over a glowing line on the floor. Now we are in the tunnels again, which are not alive, as far as I know. I look back at the moving cage, which is bright and friendly inside, though the rest of the ship is scary. Thank you! I watch the doors close, wondering if it is lonely whenever it's empty inside. Carter waits for me, a funny half-smile on his face. I think he is looking more cheerful, but as we continue to move, he wipes at his eyes again. When I'm feeling better, you will tell me what happened. I suppose it's not good to give an Omega orders. I feel strange doing it, but I also feel right this time. Okay, yes, that's a deal, big guy. Deal means agreement. I murmur to myself. I did not really mean to. I'm feeling shifty again. Carter pauses. We have been through many doors, and the next one waits, open. But Carter lets it shut again as he shakes the yellow container of tiny seeds called the fizz dispenser. Take 2 more. I cannot chew them. No, swallow only. I am feeling better again as we continue. In fact, I am almost normal. I take the things Carter carries so that he can talk to the ship with both hands whenever we come to another smart door. Then we are in a tunnel that I recognize very well. The scat here is thick on the floors and spread on the walls. There is even some on the lights above our heads. The ship says something in Carter's language, and he talks to it with his fingers. "Goodbye," I tell it, looking at the ceiling before stepping out into the open area that is like a cave. We are still inside the ship, but the way out is big and open. All the Pykh are here, sitting or lying and taking care of each other. All of them look at us and go silent. "Where's Audiobook?" Carter asks. "He's somewhere else, Omega Carter," says one of the Blue Guardians. "But he will be back soon, I hope." "Right. Well, you're the healer, aren't you?" He nods and explains. "I only have basic experience. Should be all we need, I hope. If anyone here is truly fucked up, I'll see what I can do. We can mend bones and do basic surgery. It's just a matter of moving the injured. First, let me show you the supplies." Carter begins taking the things I carry and setting them on the ground. He explains the sunscreen, as well as the bandages and the disinfectant. There are other things he mentions, and silver tools. I do not pay attention any longer. I am looking at us and just thinking. They are gone. We took their ship. The masters are powerful and too many, and they're so heartless. But Carter is stronger than all of them, and now the ship belongs to us. I touch its walls. It is probably a machine and not a person, but I feel a bond to it. It was a slave to the masters, but it is ours now. It is a free Pykh, and it is only the first one. I have the feeling it will not be so new to us much longer. Chapter 92. Seal. I left the commander's smallest appendages intact. 2 short arms with pincer-like hands that can only reach her mouth. She's using them as her legs now, to hold her head and shoulders up. She walks on them side to side as much as her torso allows, making angry gestures with her mouth parts and jaws. But she does not hiss. She does not shriek. And the only clacking sounds are from her hard-shelled appendages striking the solid metal bottom of the cage. The one we chose is only half our height, the same they use for the mines, and they keep the workers in stacks, 3 high. It is a fitting end for her, and I cannot bring myself to leave the site, even after the warrior dismisses himself to help elsewhere. Audiobook says he's returning to the ship to look after the warriors, but seems to get distracted with a younger man who was helping us but has a gash in his side. And I only watch the creature in the cage. Its dismay. Its helpless rage and fear. Its depression. Yes, that is why it doesn't shriek and spit and clatter anymore. It knows it has to give up. The rest of its life and the end will be spent inside this cage. I know the feeling, as does my dark-eyed lover from long ago. This is the closest I will ever come to being satisfied with my revenge, I think. Eventually, I stand and set my hand atop the cage. I remember an invader doing the same for my cage, after it had stared at me for a while. This was after using the shock rod on me so many times. I hoped death would bring an end to the pain. Peace to Rai, wherever you are. and all my warrior brothers waiting for your release. May we come for you soon." I meant that to be the end. It seemed like something a heroic leader should say, and I thought about the words before speaking them, thinking this would be the epitaph for my war. I was supposed to walk away and leave this thing. But now I find emotions from a long time ago coming to the surface. My tone is more vindictive than noble as I speak to the beast again. Taking my lover was your first mistake, and then you gifted me with an Omega who could use your technology against you. It was the only advantage you had. You've lost this war. Utterly. Looking upon the ship, I feel like I can see our future. I'm certain of the words I speak. Carter says the other races stay away, that the bugs are so numerous the warriors hold walls in the stars the same way we do down here, preventing you from crossing a certain space. But the Fleophiki will not hide behind walls anymore, and we won't make them. My people will rise up. We have a great ability to multiply as well. It is how we've survived even through so much death, and with so many warriors' lives taken. And when we get into the sky, we will make it our personal mission to eliminate you. I pat the top of the cage. I only hear the click-click of her small hands acting like feet, and a weak, short hiss. You cannot understand me, beast, and you cannot predict what I can. But we will be your sole enemy in the days forward. We will hunt you to every world you inhabit. I, Seal Draeth Clee, am the end of you. It will come to pass. I will not live to see it through, and I'm content to let others take my place. I don't want to understand ships or go into the stars anyway. I will be content to live in a house on the mountainside and see that my Omega's needs are fulfilled. As I have the thought, I hear, "Seal!" And I stand to see Carter and Pykh stepping off the ship's ramp. The gloom of the battlefield brightens instantly, for I was only mostly confident when telling everyone and myself that Carter had disappeared into the ship but would be back. The truth that I contemplated, but shunned immediately for my own sanity, was that it was far more likely Carter had faced a worse invader enemy inside the cargo hold alone and had perished with Pykh. I held to the positive belief that we had not found their bodies, so they must be alive. I told it to others, and convinced myself because I needed to keep moving. But I could not fully believe until I see them here, striding towards me. Carter looks well. Untouched, in fact. Pykh looks equally healthy also, except that he has some oddly coloured patches of mud stuck to him in strange places, while the rest of him is fresh and clean. What is this? I want to ask him as they arrive, but by the look on Carter's face, my own appearance is quite terrible. I've forgotten to take stock of myself. I decided I would worry about the state of my body when there weren't so many things to be done. "Look at you," Carter says, slowing down, and I know he is judging me now. "Oh my God! I will go to the healers and see what they can do," I say. Neither one of my mates touches me, stopping instead as they come close. "Damn right you will," says Carter in his stubborn tone. His concern for me is pleasant, but I can hear the unspoken order as well. Take better care of yourself. The Omega is fussy about his guardians. "Turn around for me." I follow his command. Feeling his fingers on my back, I say, "Do not get dirt on yourself. The mud will dry and fall off if I stand out in the sun long enough. You're going to the showers, and now, why hasn't any of this been looked at? You're as bad as any of the other guys in there. You look like you've been hit by a truck." He gives me a firm push at the base of my spine, and I suppose I'm to be brought to the faucet like a pup who's been playing all day. "Shower!" is one of his words I've learned. I'm sure he adds the additional hiss at the end because he's upset. Seal, what the hell is this? I wince as he grabs my tail. The end portion he brings to me was badly damaged, and I've been letting it rest on the ground whenever I'm still. I can see your fucking bones! He's right. I knew the flesh was missing, but I didn't realize a little piece of white was visible in the wound. I take the tail piece from him. Are you out here trying to die from infection? Pykh purrs and walks against my side. His tail wraps around my waist from the back like an odd belt, the end draping low in front, the tuft flicking. It is a weird way to hold somebody, but I suppose he doesn't want to get his entire body dirty. He touches me, but only with the backs of his curled claws, and there are not many places available where I am not hurt. So I know I am loved, even when my little mate is mad at me. Carter continues guiding me, steering me, and his other hand takes my own, not caring about the filth. Carter walks close enough to me that I dirty his clothes. Did you find those things in the ship? I ask. Are these the garments of your people? Yes. Shirt and pants. He briefly lifts one leg and tugs on the material above his knee. It looks like it is warm, like a close-fitting blanket sewn to your body. You should see their rooms, Pykh says. There are tunnels inside of more tunnels. The ship is like a very strange cave. Inside there are little lights, a glass box with a faucet, and a talking cage. Huh. That sounds strange indeed. We come upon the ramp, going in. I only briefly looked inside the area myself. Avielk said it was necessary to treat the warriors here, since it's the only place we can get out of the mud. I silently disagreed, but we followed our orders anyway. We do not know enough about the ship to know if it is safe. Again, I am keeping these fears to myself as we go inside the machine. Where did you go? And why? What did you need inside the ship? Medical supplies, mostly. Carter does not look at me, and he does not answer my other questions. Perhaps because we are among the warriors now, who are doing much better than when last I saw them. They are getting clean with bowls of water and fresh white rags I've never seen before. The water steams with heat. Their wounds are bright red on their skin, so they are clean, and the healers are applying a salve over them that I don't recognize. Auk is near the opening with Afek. I guess his young Pykh was not lost after all, and I am glad for my friend. I can tell he's been crying recently. Afek, my Omega says, take Seal to the faucet and get him cleaned up as much as you can. You're leaving? I ask. He nods. I'm going to work with the others on getting a gurney made, a flat surface so we can carry those two. He points. Across the area, attended by several others, 2 warriors look like they may not make it. They're going to the mid bay, and so are you. Auk, I think you should come. It's an old injury. I only need a brace. Well, if it heals wrong, you're going to need a wheelchair. Chapter 93. Carter. It is a long day. A long, long, long day. I don't get a lot of time to feel sorry for myself, and that's fair since I dragged everybody into this mess. I seriously underestimated the ability of the bugs to cram themselves into a tight fucking space. There was a whole army in here. They must have wedged themselves into the air ducts, the closets, everything. Come to think of it, they were probably crawling on top of each other, which would explain the tracks of bug crab found on the walls and ceiling. Fortunately, the ship's state-of-the-art air recycler is functioning perfectly, so the smell doesn't knock you off your feet. And fortunately, the living quarters and the med bay were not shitted upon as much. I suspect these areas were inhabited by the queens, though I can't say for sure. There is one room that's absolutely obliterated in queen goop and what looks like eggs to me. I didn't walk inside for a closer look. I shut the door and sealed it off with a mandatory unlock code that can only come from me. These mining ships are designed to give over master access to anyone when they detect that the crew has perished. Salvage laws mean that the ship is truly ours, even if the Earth fleet happened to show up and want it. Avielk is especially curious about the ship and all the medical supplies I teach him how to use, but I remind him a few times that I'm not the guy who invented all this stuff. Hell, I'm not even a real medic. For now, I'm like the wizard in an old movie, bubbling cauldrons and flying spoons dancing around, brooms that sweep by themselves and all the like. The Fleophaci are helpfully silent as I use the medbay to help our warriors in critical condition. One had severe internal bleeding and his lungs were filling with fluid. Hopefully his surgery went well. The medbay did a full body scan and used its knowledge of common alien races to decide how to proceed. The other is healing from a fractured skull with the help of the appropriate drugs. It's all magic for now until the machine runs out of supplies. We already got a warning that it's running low on anesthesia, and obviously there are no freaking stem cell units. My hands wobble a little bit when it gives me that error again after I had Seal's tail scanned. We're making do with a lot of sunscreen for that. I tried to get Auk to come to the medbay, but he bargains with me. He will go tomorrow after he's rested. Eothuth snorts and says he's afraid like a puppy, but he'll carry the old man himself when I ask for him. I let him be. By the time Auk rolls around, I'm exhausted and eager to be alone with my mates. Afek and some of the well-off warriors return with our supply carts and dinner. The mess hall was extremely dirty, so I haven't checked it for supplies, and I'm not expecting to find any. We have a choice of sleeping in the cargo hold, sleeping outside, or sleeping in one of the human beds. Avielk and the healers go to the cargo hold, along with the recovering warriors. I decide to spend the night in the captain's quarters with Pykh and Seal. Pykh is already passed out on the bed in there, and I'm reluctant to move him. Seal is clean and healing, picking through the cupboards, treating every object like it's fragile, and peering at buttons and electrical devices, but never touching. I'm sorry I kept you guys in here so long, I say, taking off my Fleophaci shoes. The hallway is tracked with so much mud and bug poop now, my sergeant would have lost his head. My clothes are also dirty again, so I start taking them off. Pykh and Seal are already naked, and Pykh has twisted the blankets up in the middle of the bed to make a nest. I rub his knee fondly and go to the bathroom to clean myself up at the sink. You really live here? Like this? Seal says, following me. He doesn't have to duck his head as far as Pykh, but he does anyway. It's a close fit for all the Fleophaci, though these mining ships have higher ceilings than most. Vaulted ceilings help prevent cabin fever on long-term voyages. It's not that bad, is it? I ask with a smile, but I can see that it is. It's like a dungeon. There are no areas to climb, or windows, or sunlight. It is beautiful, but dead. And you can't run in here. I clean my face with a towel. Don't worry, we're not staying here. In fact, tomorrow we can set up the bedrolls and camp outside. That is, assuming the dead bodies don't start to rot and stink up the place. If we can find shovels, we'll bury them. Yet another item on the long, long list of things to do tomorrow. Meanwhile, I've got my own list. I scanned the airspace overhead. I don't think they've been sending battle cruisers out here for a long time, but we had better move the ship, preferably underground somewhere if we don't want to get our ass blasted down to our basic atoms. That's big issue number 1 I have to solve with Avielk tomorrow. I put Seal's arm across my chest and lean backwards into him, admiring us in the mirror. He sets his chin on my head, scent-marking me again. For now, things can be simple. Or so I think for a few moments until my mind is running away again. Still, it's a haggard but lucky man standing in the bathroom mirror of a recently seized mining ship. The Fliafiki have a spaceship now to study and use as they please. If that's not an accept me as one of your own gift to make the council leader let us live inside the walls, I don't think I can do any better. This is a victory, even if it doesn't feel like it for me. Had I known the cost of this battle, I would have taken the captain's side of things. And he's dead, so I'm an asshole. On this end, having the victory, I'd say that it's worth it. But would I take the same risks twice? Hell no. Seal begins to whisper a song in my ear, and that does a pretty good job of bringing me back. Though this ship's temperature is a steady 20 degrees centigrade, his body has started up the blaze that makes all my muscles go loose and relax. What is that one? I ask when he's done. It's a popular song. I didn't make it up, and I forgot the rest of the words also. That is much better than poetry, I tell him, and turn in his arms to give him a kiss. I have to stand on tiptoe. It gets easier as I prop my butt on the sink. Then I rest my ear on his chest for a while and listen to his heartbeat. Thank you for not dying today. Somehow, I keep managing it, he says, rumbling with a smile. Chapter 94. Auk. Auk, I hear, disturbing me from sleep. Are you awake? Yes, I murmur. For you I am. Affect's form, accompanied by his smell reminding me that he's really alive, kneels next to me in the evening light. Carter has told the ship to keep only a few lights powered overhead, so that we can watch our surroundings and the healers can continue to work. We've come back with the supply cars, he says, and helps me lift my head. A blue pillow goes underneath, one with a bird embroidered in the front. These are Carter's things. He eases a blanket under me as well, forcing my stiff body to bend upward and be laid back down. The soft material is thin, but it's better than resting on stone alone. Other warriors around me are getting the same treatment, blankets and pillows distributed everywhere. Does he have anything left? No, and he doesn't want them anyway. The other warriors and I, even Yithoth, are afraid to tell him otherwise. The battle has been hard on everyone, and I think we should not distress your special Omega. So his orders are carried out word for word. And what are his orders? The pillow is nice. My head relaxes into it. That the bedding goes to people who need it, which means the injured ones. Ah. I consider telling him to tell Carter that I am not one of the people who need it. But then I would be asking Affect to risk the Omega's offense, and if my words were really correct, I would be able to walk up to Carter and make the statement myself. So, instead, I say, if there is another warrior with a lumpy pillow, tell him I will trade it for mine. Of course, Auk, my lover says, patting my chest. I picked the worst, most uncomfortable things for you already. That is not even a bed pillow. It is a sitting pillow. And you're welcome. He kisses me with a lick on the nose, and I grumble. Then he lies down next to me, curling an arm under his head. His shoes, discarded by the door, have fresh mud on them. The uninjured ones have had a busy day, and it will be busier still. There is a guard to be kept, constant vigilance to be maintained, bodies to clean up, and, I suspect, dishes to be cleaned. Can you stay with me? He shakes his head. The rest of us will sleep outside. It's an order. If there are any midnight attacks to fend off, the rest of you will not even wake if we can help it. He purrs and holds me. But I am here for a little while. I will tell them I had to scat. It isn't fair. I only just got my Pykh back. Well, I just found out that he wasn't taken from me. And then he had to leave with the others to retrieve our supplies. I want nothing more than to fall peacefully asleep against his breathing body. But he is tasked with more important things. Even Earthuth, who fought as hard as I did and probably killed more, will not allow himself to rest with me tonight. I will be alone. But I am so happy to have them both in my life still. Oak, can I tell you something? I open my eyes again. Yes? What is it? I'm not sure if I should. He avoids my gaze and sighs. Okay. Well, here goes. I did not fight well today. I was afraid. I was a big baby. That's normal, I say, firmly, more awake now. I may be the injured one, but to see him in any distress goes straight to my heart. I will not recover from my near loss for many months to come. No, Oak, I was terrible. I only stayed alive thanks to Mirie, and then Avrier and Carter once they found me. I almost got Mirie killed by putting us in a bad position. I became overrun. He noticed and came after me. I think we only made it out because they were trying to take us alive. We were inside an invader cage and they were trying to close the door. They only couldn't because Mirie stood in the doorway and fought them. I couldn't do anything to help him much. I was helpless, just watching. I touch his face. He's not crying. Not physically. Perhaps because he is exhausted with it. He only looks tired and ashamed. I should not be a warrior. I'm not as great as you. It happens often, sweet Pykh. It's normal. You will do better next time. He turns onto his back with a huff. He only looks at the ceiling and does not say anything. But by the way he pulls his tail from mine, I know he's upset. I had already thought about this. I wanted to surprise the pup, since I cannot guarantee a yes and I don't want him to get his hopes up. But with my newly found, overwhelming love, I recognize that I had better speak or he will keep this wall between us. I'm going to speak to Carter about taking you into his court. I will do it tomorrow, most likely, the second he has time to visit me. I don't have a gift, he says quickly, looking alarmed, as he rolls on his side toward me again. You will not need a gift, nor will you need to remember an official swearing-in oath. There will be no additional oaths for me, your court brother, nor for the guardians, Pykh and Seal. It will be very informal, especially compared to what you're used to. You will accept his yes or no, and that will be that. He nods several times. Then his brow furrows. Why have you changed your mind? A coward is not a good fit. Oh, Auk, are you trying to save me? No, Afek. And if you've changed your mind, then I accept your decision. I will still ask for Teal, Enel, and Geb. I snort. I might even ask for Earthuth. I haven't had much time to think about it. He's stunned. But eventually he speaks and he has the tone of a puppy, suspecting a trick is being played on him. You wish to save me from my own cowardice. You're giving me an easy climb out. Auk, it is what I want, but for all the wrong reasons. He taps his claw at the base of my neck. Why do you make me hate you? It is not a rescue from cowardice, Pykh, I say, trying to smile for him. Even my face is tired. If anything, it is a punishment. Look around you, Afek. Do you think an Omega as special as mine is done with us yet. By the softening pout of his lips, I can tell I've made him doubt. I'm winning him over. At last my words toward Pykh are not stupid and reckless and without emotion. I am dropping you onto the rocks, pup, if you're brave enough to come. Acknowledging my choice to say it or not. Acknowledging that the impulse is only there because of my frayed sanity. I say before the moment's past. Also, you are too precious for me to part ways. I will honor your choices, but I cannot willingly lose you Pykhs anymore. Chapter 95. Carter. Morning doesn't bring me any peace either. I wake up with both arms wrapped around my abdomen, blinking away blurry dreams of holding someone small. Pykh was laughing. Seal was purring next to me. Well, one element was real anyway. I rub at my eyes and stretch, feeling the new aches and tenderness that are there. The sunscreen's numbing effect is worn off. And then my head falls back onto the pillow, already heavy with dilemmas within seconds of waking. And the personal issue is far more stressing than all the war and ship-related ones. But those are at least solvable. That makes them attractive to focus on. But I face the reality that if I don't come clean to Pykh and Seal about the true nature of the ship's capture, I may not be able to think as clearly as I would about all my other problems. And once I get out of this bed, walk around a little bit and the day starts, the other problems are going to be all there is. It's going to be a busy day from sun up to sundown, and the alarm app located in the bed panel shows a little rising sun icon for relative time. I sit up. I'm sweating from the heat my two mates are putting off, and we're not sleeping under any of the blankets. Running my fingers through my hair, sitting on the edge of the bed and clutching my head, I try to figure out just what the hell I'm going to tell him. There's nothing that doesn't make me look selfish and stupid and crazy. And somehow, I'll have to tell them how sorry I am so they'll believe me. We almost lost everything. Chapter 96. Carter. Help me! Fuck!
All right,
says the machine, and the mechanical arm that was going to inject me folds up into the ceiling.
I will run a basic diagnostic scan. Please hold still in a relaxed position. This scan will take approximately 2 minutes.
Jesus Christ, whatever. I don't want a diagnostic scan. I want some kind of explanation out of this mechanical beast for why in the hell it doesn't have a single stem cell capsule lodged up its metal ass somewhere, after I went through all this fucking trouble. I cover my face with my hand. I sniff. I try to tell myself it's not a big deal, but...
Carter, I need you to place both arms on the armrests and remain in a relaxed position. Please do not cross your legs or fidget.
Fuck, get me out of this thing. I pull on the arm and wrist braces, trying to free myself. The friendly little blue light on each blinks red. That's the universal fuck you of all computers. The braces stay locked and the machine says,
You seem to be in a state of distress. Don't worry. I will do my best to help you. First, I am scanning for parasites.
Whatever. I give up and lean back. I don't want to get up yet anyway. What am I going to do now? I was dreaming of little Pykh Jr. and Seal Jr. I told myself not to get my hopes up. There was no guarantee that a working medbay would be accessible on the bug ship. Who knows what parts they would have stripped out, or heck, maybe it would be here, but not working. Don't get your hopes up, Carter, I reminded myself when I walked into the cargo area. And for the most part, I was ready to be disappointed. And then I sat in the chair, and then the interface loaded. I found the right operation. I watched the fucking cartoon, I spoke the agreement, and it went on the record. So, I let my fist thud on my stomach a couple times. So I celebrated too early. That's what happened. And pretty soon Pykh is going to get tired of sitting in the corner with his eyes closed. When I get out of here, I'm not going to tell him what almost happened and what didn't happen, and I'm going to go on being normal Carter. Yep. Right after I get over this horrible, crushing disappointment. If I say anything to Pykh right now, my voice will be hoarse. I pick my nose, wiping it on the seat. I don't care.
Good news, Carter. Your source of distress is not a parasite, nor do I detect a bacterial infection. I've composed a list of possible health issues that might be distressing you. Please select which topics you would like us to explore further.
Shut up, you piece of scrap metal.
The most likely concern for your health is,
in a mechanical, emotionless tone,
pregnancy.
Then friendly and calm.
Would you like to explore this topic further?
What? I had my eyes closed and I opened them up just in time to glimpse my list of possible health complications. Pregnancy is at the top, followed by stress, sleep health, nutrition, and sinus infection. It all slides away as the pregnancy option highlights in pink and moves to the top, several subcategories appearing downward in a list. My 3D body scan enlarges around the stomach area, slowly turning. The computer has highlighted a large organ underneath my stomach, kidney-shaped, with a little fake baby curled up inside.
Here are the most common topics related to pregnancy.
I gulp. This can't be real, can it? I quickly look around and make sure I'm not dreaming. Of course, the hollow screen with the highlighted embryo baby stays at the center of my vision. My options are baby health, timeline, nutrition. I blink several times, but 3D baby is still there. I prod my abdomen. This machine has to be pranking me right now. I reach back in my memory and try to recall any point in the darkness and dimness since I was captured by the bugs that I might have already undergone the stem cell surgery. There's nothing there. No. There was something. I was in a box again. Looking out, they were moving us with a pallet jack, and I remember a voice, not a human voice and not a bug voice either. It's just a blip. Not even an image, not even a sound really. It's half a second of chaos, bright lights and colors out of the peepholes on the box, the pallet jack cranking, the sensation of movement, and that voice that wasn't human. There are other blips, but none as clear, and none that suggest I already got the surgery. But what else would explain this?
Would you like to go back and explore other options?
No! Stay here! Stay on this menu! Heaven forbid the machine backed up and all the baby stuff disappeared. I bite my knuckles. I'm something between elated, horrified, and bewildered all at once. I don't want to be pregnant! Not yet! I also don't want this 3D baby to disappear off my screen. I'd like to explore baby health.
All right. I will need to examine your stomach. Do not be alarmed. The equipment I use to make a comprehensive scan is very gentle and will not harm your child. My sensor nodes may feel cold.
The machine arm is back, growing 6 long fingers like bug legs. I try very hard to forget that comparison as I follow the directions.
Please bare your stomach.
Yep, the sensor nodes are cold. The suction cups have a rubbery texture. They position all around my navel, and though the machine arm doesn't move, I feel a pulse go into the center of my abdomen, recede, and then gently pulse to the center again.
I am learning about your baby.
They really could make some improvements to the personality of these things. It'd make them less creepy.
I am almost done, but this might take a few minutes. Be calm and take deep, steady breaths.
I chuckle nervously. I was just telling that to myself. I think I can hear the subtle hum of electricity or radiation or both coming from the machine right now. The pulse in and out continues, and my breath matches it.
Congratulations, Carter. I did not detect any abnormalities or deficiencies.
The machine arms fold back up into the ceiling. I stroke my hand over where the sensor nodes touched and pull my shirt down.
Would you like to know the sex?
No. I know what... Wait. Sure, yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Would you like to...
Yes!
You are having a baby boy.
A real image takes the place of the fake 3D one. Instead of the perfect baby model, a grayscale 3D scan appears. It's just shadows and lighter places, but I can turn it by moving my eyes quickly from left to right. I think it has a little face covered up by a tiny clenched fist. I think. My eyes move down and up to rotate so I can see the bottom. Yes. He has a little tail. Well, holy shit.
Would you like to hear the heartbeat?
I rub my eyes. Yes, definitely. A soft thudding comes through the speakers. So quiet, I hold my breath. Chapter 97. Carter. Hey, Pykh. Good morning, I say, stroking the hair out of his face. Boyfriend Carter has been busy getting ready for the day, as well as pacing back and forth at the foot of the bed, sometimes rubbing my stomach. I resisted the urge to slip down to the med bay and get another scan done, just because I think it would be scary to wake up on an alien spaceship without your alien lover there to protect you. I've been doing everything I can to prepare for this moment. I have the lights overhead programmed to mimic the planet's sun cycle. I found a thermos in the cupboard and filled it up with clean water. I offer it, but Pykh only turns his face away with a sleepy groan. I set it on the unfolding bed table for now. Omega. He murmurs and grabs me by the waist. Like a big gorilla, he turns and rolls me back into the nest with him. I have a new clean shirt on, unbuttoned and some basic cotton pants since I started to get a little chilly walking around naked. Already I can tell it will be a mistake if I leave them on. The guys are warmest in the morning when their planet is cold. So off go the pants, and Pykh purrs with sleepy approval. He nuzzles my skin and throws a claiming leg over me. I'm trapped. Seal on the other side opens his eyes slightly. Good morning, I say to him and touch his nose with my thumb. He puts an arm across me and Pykh, and now I'm buried in a humming, vibrating, purring mess like someone who's been sat on by a couple of panthers. For a while, this is nice. It's how I always wake up, and it's how I always will, I hope. But as they start to yawn and move and lick each other's noses, I have to start the most uncomfortable conversation I never expected to have in my lifetime. So, are you guys awake enough to hear some news? What is that, Omega? Seal asks in a low, grumbly voice, the one he only has in the morning. I would like some news, says Pykh, attempting the word. He's actually been getting pretty good at English pronunciations, and he can use a few of my words correctly. Mostly the cuss words. News means new information. I have new information about myself. And I twist in the bed, trying to get a good look at both of them. Their eyes are becoming clearer, more awake. It's time. And I'm short of breath like I'm back in my placement interview in front of the engineering board. Thank God that didn't pan out. Somebody new wouldn't be born soon. I forgot what I was saying. I sit up. Pykh nuzzles my knee, and a big heavy hand travels up the blankets to my ass. You need to be healing. Also, I better get this going before the fire starts. Despite the events of yesterday, I'm craving their bodies too, as a means to let go of this scared shitless emotion. I try to remember how I plan to say it, but finally I just start talking. I'm an Omega. I found out yesterday I'm a real Omega, and I think I underwent a surgery to become one, possibly while I was a slave. No, definitely while I was a slave, because otherwise that means Fitz and the others did it to me when I got really drunk that one time, and the machine doesn't accept consent with alcohol in your blood. So what I mean to say is I definitely really got the Omega surgery after I was taken captive. The guys look at each other. They do this whenever I've rattled off a bunch of Earth words they can't understand. And I know they can't understand it. I'm just hoping there are enough words in the nonsense that they can figure it out. Because I just haven't found the right way to explain this besides... Oh, what the hell. The magic machine gave me a baby. You are pregnant, Seal says, understanding, and he begins to sit up in bed. Yes. I frame my stomach with my hands. It's hard to believe since it's so flat and fit still. I'm guessing that won't last long. Let me see. Seal brushes the undone shirt away and puts his nose near my belly button. Pykh watches, propped up on one elbow. His tail slips up the back of my shirt, the tufted end flicking and stroking around my neck like a very friendly snake. Seal inhales and drags his nose up my chest, up to my nipples, and he licks one. I squeak, my hands turning into fists, and I hold them up high, but I don't interfere. I don't want to block him from whatever he's doing. He licks and sniffs each one carefully. I blink several times, deeply frowning. And then his eyes widen slightly. An unusual curl happens upon his lips, sort of like the mischievous smirk Pykh will get when he's frisky. It's true. He looks giddy. Our Omega has a pup. A warm body bumps into me. I find myself falling backward into the bed, my head hanging off the other end, and Pykh has his hands on my stomach where mine used to be. Is it in here? He asks Seal, and our mate nods. We will need to talk, Pykh, about cycles and how pups are formed. Omega, I'm sorry if I was not responsible. It's difficult to not finish with a knot inside you. You will have to let us know in the future when you don't wish to conceive. Hey, I didn't even know I needed birth control. Yes, Seal says. That is a good word. In the future, tell Pykh and I to use birth control, and we won't use our knot. Seal kisses my throat. Pykh is busy poking my stomach with his nose, licking it and kissing it, then pressing his ear against my navel. I like your knot, I say. A huge part of me is like a kid who's been told he can't have the cookie. Everything is so sensitive and good when you're knotted. I now find it disappointing that humans just roll off each other when they're done. They're missing out on a romantic experience of pleasure and snuggles for several minutes after. I guess I'll have to keep that in mind from now on, I concede. Also, any Fleophaki should be able to tell when an Omega has gone into heat. The smell, I'm told anyway, is like a thirst. You smell like you're nearly there all the time, but I haven't scented true heat. I'm not sure how this happened. I'm guessing... Hello, Pykh says quietly, his face pushed into my stomach. The sensation tickles and makes me laugh. It's a human thing, I finish. Will it be human or Fleophaki? Pykh asks, lifting his head. I'm not sure. Which would you prefer? Either, Seal says, and Pykh nods. A pup like you will be loved by all Fleophaki. In fact, they will all find courts if they are human. Well, that's good, I say, propping myself up on my elbows. I forgot my guilt in the initial excitement, but it's starting to come back now. Seal, I wasn't being truthful about why I wanted the ship. If it was just to help the Fleophaki and advance their technology, I probably wouldn't have done it. I wanted this ship for the medbay, which I thought would give me the ability to have pups. That is a good reason, he says, and his head joins Pyke's over my stomach. He nudges him aside a little bit and rests his cheek there. As a guy, I probably shouldn't like this so much. Their love is overriding all the freaking out I've done in the last half day. But I still have to come totally clean. I'm not letting myself off this easy because people are dead now, thanks to me. It turned out to not matter. The medbay machine didn't have that capability anyway. And I was already pregnant. I have been since before we left the muds. I almost lost everything, including you, because I tried this stupid plan. Neither one of them looked concerned. Pykh has begun to feel up Seal's backside. After a kiss and a nibble on Seal's hip, he says wisely, "We are here. Our pup is safely growing and happy, and the Fleothaki have a ship." Seal crawls over me, nuzzling a path upward from my stomach, then propping himself on his hands, taking position for Pykh. I am getting hard all of a sudden. I didn't expect baby news to be sexy. Sorry, baby. One of your dads is a horny dog. And it might be me. Pykh is right, Seal says with a heavy breath, as our mate lowers his mouth. He's getting a rim job even as he's speaking comforting words. We cannot change our past. But you, Carter, have already changed our future. Then he makes a little pleasured sound, a suppressed moan, and I decide to make him open his mouth for my kiss. This concludes Human Omega by Eileen Glass, narrated by Joel Leslie. Copyright 2019 by Eileen Glass. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Eileen Glass and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
Help me! Fuck!
All right,
says the machine, and the mechanical arm that was going to inject me folds up into the ceiling.
I will run a basic diagnostic scan. Please hold still in a relaxed position. This scan will take approximately 2 minutes.
Jesus Christ, whatever. I don't want a diagnostic scan. I want some kind of explanation out of this mechanical beast for why in the hell it doesn't have a single stem cell capsule lodged up its metal ass somewhere, after I went through all this fucking trouble. I cover my face with my hand. I sniff. I try to tell myself it's not a big deal, but...
Carter, I need you to place both arms on the armrests and remain in a relaxed position. Please do not cross your legs or fidget.
Fuck, get me out of this thing. I pull on the arm and wrist braces, trying to free myself. The friendly little blue light on each blinks red. That's the universal fuck you of all computers. The braces stay locked, and the machine says,
You seem to be in a state of distress. Don't worry. I will do my best to help you. First, I am scanning for parasites.
Whatever. I give up and lean back. I don't want to get up yet anyway. What am I going to do now? I was dreaming of little Pykh Jr. and Seal Jr. I told myself not to get my hopes up. There was no guarantee that a working medbay would be accessible on the bug ship. Who knows what parts they would have stripped out, or heck, maybe it would be here, but not working. Don't get your hopes up, Carter, I reminded myself when I walked into the cargo area. And for the most part, I was ready to be disappointed. And then I sat in the chair, and then the interface loaded. I found the right operation. I watched the fucking cartoon, I spoke the agreement, and it went on the record. So, I let my fist thud on my stomach a couple times. So I celebrated too early. That's what happened. And pretty soon Pykh is going to get tired of sitting in the corner with his eyes closed. When I get out of here, I'm not going to tell him what almost happened and what didn't happen, and I'm going to go on being normal Carter. Yep. Right after I get over this horrible, crushing disappointment. If I say anything to Pykh right now, my voice will be hoarse. I pick my nose, wiping it on the seat. I don't care.
Good news, Carter. Your source of distress is not a parasite, nor do I detect a bacterial infection. I've composed a list of possible health issues that might be distressing you. Please select which topics you would like us to explore further.
Shut up, you piece of scrap metal.
The most likely concern for your health is,
in a mechanical, emotionless tone,
pregnancy.
Then friendly and calm,
Would you like to explore this topic further?
What? I had my eyes closed and I opened them up just in time to glimpse my list of possible health complications. Pregnancy is at the top, followed by stress, sleep health, nutrition, and sinus infection. It all slides away as the pregnancy option highlights in pink and moves to the top, several subcategories appearing downward in a list. My 3D body scan enlarges around the stomach area, slowly turning. The computer has highlighted a large organ underneath my stomach, kidney-shaped, with a little fake baby curled up inside.
Here are the most common topics related to pregnancy.
I gulp. This can't be real, can it? I quickly look around and make sure I'm not dreaming. Of course, the hollow screen with the highlighted embryo baby stays at the center of my vision. My options are baby health, timeline, nutrition. I blink several times, but 3D baby is still there. I prod my abdomen. This machine has to be pranking me right now. I reach back in my memory and try to recall any point in the darkness and dimness since I was captured by the bugs that I might have already undergone the stem cell surgery. There's nothing there. No. There was something. I was in a box again. Looking out, they were moving us with a pallet jack, and I remember a voice, not a human voice and not a bug voice either. It's just a blip. Not even an image, not even a sound, really. It's half a second of chaos, bright lights and colors out of the peepholes on the box, the pallet jack cranking, the sensation of movement, and that voice that wasn't human. There are other blips, but none as clear, and none that suggest I already got the surgery. But what else would explain this?
Would you like to go back and explore other options?
No! Stay here! Stay on this menu! Heaven forbid the machine backed up and all the baby stuff disappeared. I bite my knuckles. I'm something between elated, horrified, and bewildered all at once. I don't want to be pregnant! Not yet! I also don't want this 3D baby to disappear off my screen. I'd like to explore baby health.
All right. I will need to examine your stomach. Do not be alarmed. The equipment I use to make a comprehensive scan is very gentle and will not harm your child. My sensor nodes may feel cold.
The machine arm is back, growing 6 long fingers like bug legs. I try very hard to forget that comparison as I follow the directions.
Please bare your stomach.
Yep, the sensor nodes are cold. The suction cups have a rubbery texture. They position all around my navel, and though the machine arm doesn't move, I feel a pulse go into the center of my abdomen, recede, and then gently pulse to the center again.
I am learning about your baby.
They really could make some improvements to the personality of these things. It'd make them less creepy.
I am almost done, but this might take a few minutes. Be calm and take deep, steady breaths.
I chuckle nervously. I was just telling that to myself. I think I can hear the subtle hum of electricity or radiation or both coming from the machine right now. The pulse in and out continues, and my breath matches it.
Congratulations, Carter. I did not detect any abnormalities or deficiencies.
The machine arms fold back up into the ceiling. I stroke my hand over where the sensor nodes touched and pull my shirt down.
Would you like to know the sex?
No. I know what... Wait. Sure, yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Would you like to...
Yes!
You are having a baby boy.
A real image takes the place of the fake 3D one. Instead of the perfect baby model, a grayscale 3D scan appears. It's just shadows and lighter places, but I can turn it by moving my eyes quickly from left to right. I think it has a little face covered up by a tiny clenched fist. I think. My eyes move down and up to rotate so I can see the bottom. Yes. He has a little tail. Well, holy shit.
Would you like to hear the heartbeat?
I rub my eyes. Yes, definitely. A soft thudding comes through the speakers. So quiet, I hold my breath. Chapter 97. Carter. Hey, Pykh. Good morning, I say, stroking the hair out of his face. Boyfriend Carter has been busy getting ready for the day, as well as pacing back and forth at the foot of the bed, sometimes rubbing my stomach. I resisted the urge to slip down to the med bay and get another scan done, just because I think it would be scary to wake up on an alien spaceship without your alien lover there to protect you. I've been doing everything I can to prepare for this moment. I have the lights overhead programmed to mimic the planet's sun cycle. I found a thermos in the cupboard and filled it up with clean water. I offer it, but Pykh only turns his face away with a sleepy groan. I set it on the unfolding bed table for now. Omega. He murmurs and grabs me by the waist. Like a big gorilla, he turns and rolls me back into the nest with him. I have a new clean shirt on, unbuttoned, and some basic cotton pants since I started to get a little chilly walking around naked. Already I can tell it will be a mistake if I leave them on. The guys are warmest in the morning when their planet is cold. So off go the pants, and Pykh purrs with sleepy approval. He nuzzles my skin and throws a claiming leg over me. I'm trapped. Seal on the other side opens his eyes slightly. Good morning, I say to him and touch his nose with my thumb. He puts an arm across me and Pykh, and now I'm buried in a humming, vibrating, purring mess like someone who's been sat on by a couple of panthers. For a while, this is nice. It's how I always wake up, and it's how I always will, I hope. But as they start to yawn and move and lick each other's noses, I have to start the most uncomfortable conversation I never expected to have in my lifetime. So, are you guys awake enough to hear some news? What is that, Omega? Seal asks in a low, grumbly voice, the one he only has in the morning. I would like some news, says Pykh, attempting the word. He's actually been getting pretty good at English pronunciations, and he can use a few of my words correctly. Mostly the cuss words. News means new information. I have new information about myself. And I twist in the bed, trying to get a good look at both of them. Their eyes are becoming clearer, more awake. It's time. And I'm short of breath like I'm back in my placement interview in front of the engineering board. Thank God that didn't pan out. Somebody new wouldn't be born soon. I forgot what I was saying. I sit up. Pykh nuzzles my knee, and a big heavy hand travels up the blankets to my ass. You need to be healing. Also, I better get this going before the fire starts. Despite the events of yesterday, I'm craving their bodies too, as a means to let go of this scared shitless emotion. I try to remember how I plan to say it, but finally I just start talking. I'm an Omega. I found out yesterday I'm a real Omega, and I think I underwent a surgery to become one, possibly while I was a slave. No, definitely while I was a slave, because otherwise that means Fitz and the others did it to me when I got really drunk that one time, and the machine doesn't accept consent with alcohol in your blood. So what I mean to say is I definitely really got the Omega surgery after I was taken captive. The guys look at each other. They do this whenever I've rattled off a bunch of Earth words they can't understand. And I know they can't understand it. I'm just hoping there are enough words in the nonsense that they can figure it out. Because I just haven't found the right way to explain this besides... Oh, what the hell. The magic machine gave me a baby. You are pregnant, Seal says, understanding, and he begins to sit up in bed. Yes. I frame my stomach with my hands. It's hard to believe since it's so flat and fit still. I'm guessing that won't last long. Let me see. Seal brushes the undone shirt away and puts his nose near my belly button. Pykh watches, propped up on one elbow. His tail slips up the back of my shirt, the tufted end flicking and stroking around my neck like a very friendly snake. Seal inhales and drags his nose up my chest, up to my nipples, and he licks one. I squeak, my hands turning into fists, and I hold them up high, but I don't interfere. I don't want to block him from whatever he's doing. He licks and sniffs each one carefully. I blink several times, deeply frowning. And then his eyes widen slightly. An unusual curl happens upon his lips, sort of like the mischievous smirk Pykh will get when he's frisky. It's true. He looks giddy. Our Omega has a pup. A warm body bumps into me. I find myself falling backward into the bed, my head hanging off the other end, and Pykh has his hands on my stomach where mine used to be. Is it in here? He asks Seal, and our mate nods. We will need to talk, Pykh, about cycles and how pups are formed. Omega, I'm sorry if I was not responsible. It's difficult to not finish with a knot inside you. You will have to let us know in the future when you don't wish to conceive. Hey, I didn't even know I needed birth control. Yes, Seal says. That is a good word. In the future, tell Pykh and I to use birth control, and we won't use our knot. Seal kisses my throat. Pykh is busy poking my stomach with his nose, licking it and kissing it, then pressing his ear against my navel. I like your knot, I say. A huge part of me is like a kid who's been told he can't have the cookie. Everything is so sensitive and good when you're knotted. I now find it disappointing that humans just roll off each other when they're done. They're missing out on a romantic experience of pleasure and snuggles for several minutes after. I guess I'll have to keep that in mind from now on. I concede. Huh. Also, any Phleophaky should be able to tell when an Omega has gone into heat. The smell, I'm told anyway, is like a thirst. You smell like you're nearly there all the time, but I haven't scented true heat. I'm not sure how this happened. I'm guessing... Hello, Pykh says quietly, his face pushed into my stomach. The sensation tickles and makes me laugh. It's a human thing, I finish. Will it be human or Phleophaky? Pykh asks, lifting his head. I'm not sure. Which would you prefer? Either, Seal says, and Pykh nods. A pup like you will be loved by all Phleophaky. In fact, they will all find courts if they are human. Well, that's good, I say, propping myself up on my elbows. I forgot my guilt in the initial excitement, but it's starting to come back now. Seal, I wasn't being truthful about why I wanted the ship. If it was just to help the Phleophaky and advance their technology, I probably wouldn't have done it. I wanted this ship for the medbay, which I thought would give me the ability to have pups. That is a good reason, he says, and his head joins Pyke's over my stomach. He nudges him aside a little bit and rests his cheek there. As a guy, I probably shouldn't like this so much. Their love is overriding all the freaking out I've done in the last half day. But I still have to come totally clean. I'm not letting myself off this easy because people are dead now, thanks to me. It turned out to not matter. The medbay machine didn't have that capability anyway. And I was already pregnant. I have been since before we left the muds. I almost lost everything, including you, because I tried this stupid plan. Neither one of them looked concerned. Pykh has begun to feel up Seal's backside. After a kiss and a nibble on Seal's hip, he says wisely, "We are here. Our pup is safely growing and happy, and the Phleophaky have a ship." Seal crawls over me, nuzzling a path upward from my stomach, then propping himself on his hands, taking position for Pykh. I am getting hard all of a sudden. I didn't expect baby news to be sexy. Sorry, baby. One of your dads is a horny dog. And it might be me. Pykh is right, Seal says with a heavy breath, as our mate lowers his mouth. He's getting a rim job even as he's speaking comforting words. We cannot change our past. But you, Carter, have already changed our future. Then he makes a little pleasured sound, a suppressed moan, and I decide to make him open his mouth for my kiss. This concludes Human Omega by Eileen Glass, narrated by Joel Leslie. Copyright 2019 by Eileen Glass. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Eileen Glass and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.